I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness. I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.
Peace, 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 family, peace. Poor City coming right black at y'all with this African history, culture, and greatness. I hope you guys are doing all right. We are on volume 11, family. We made it past 10, pushing right past these job-ass turkeys. Right now, the title of the joint is Slave Religion, Origins of Christianity and the War on the African Mind. Right now in the green room, we got Mo Facts. I'm about to pull him out right quick. What's up, Mo? What it do? Professor Push a Lot. I don't know if his mic on or not. But yeah, family, peace. What's going on? Volume 11, we back. A lot of shit's been going down in the TikTok community. I never can stay up really late on y'all TikToks, man. Mo and Suitin be like having these marathon TikToks, y'all. And them motherfuckers be on that jump like all night, like freaking Push Central. You know what I'm saying? And I be waking up in the middle of the night watching them shits, man. Y'all be doing it, man. But what's my man name? Papa Patch was on there last night, and he was talking like I was like this whole Indian, or I'm hiding my Indian shit from y'all or something. Weird shit, yo. And he's supposed to come up here, I think, was it next week or something like that? let me see. We said the 13th is what we said. Mo had to probably get out and get back in. The 13th or something, he said, or something, but that's like a Tuesday. So I don't know, or Thursday. But anyway, he's cordially invited, man. It's gonna be like a indigenous reveal party for Poor City. You know what I'm saying? Apparently I've been lying to y'all. I've been hiding my feathers from y'all and shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been hiding my feathers. Yeah. So he's Papa Patch is saying that I am an Indian or my aunt is one or some weird shit like that. He been stalking me, y'all. I don't know. That's some creepy shit. But he is cordially invited to come to the to the cookout, you know, and all of that. But he want me, y'all. I'm the one. I've been lying to y'all, man. I'm a whole indigenous cat or some shit like that, from what my man's saying. I'm indigenous. I've been hiding it. I've been hiding my feathers. I said I was gonna switch up on these Pan African niggas, man. If I am, I'm gonna come with it. I'm gonna switch up. Mo was just on his, y'all. I don't know what happened to him, yo. He was just on. What peace to the chat, yo? Peace, Tabitha. What's going on? I see you in the chat. Peace, Taylor. I see you in the chat. Peace to everybody that is sharing a Saturday with us. We appreciate it. I'm waiting for the fellas to check on in. We be pushing a little late today. It's 3:00. I ain't in no rush to push. My information is gonna be pretty short and brief. I got to get my books and stuff out, and I'm gonna be talking about, I guess, some of the origins of Christianity. This is one of them series we can dive in for a long time and go real deep in, but I'm just gonna touch certain key points in Christian history that we don't really talk about. Certain key points in Christian history, how did all of this shit come about, and the whole Africa connection, and a lot of times where we been talking about it. Shout out to Mo. I see you, bro. Got him back in here. Can you talk, bro? You good?
Good.
Yeah, mic check. You good? Can everybody hear Mo? Are we good?
Great.
Say feathers in the chat for us, Mo.
Feathers in the chat, y'all. Feathers in the chat.
Are we good? You know I'm a whole Indian, right?
Yeah, man. I've been hearing that. This is wild, man.
Well, I shouldn't even be
didn't
talking
even know
today.
you've been over here pushing your own shit in.
Well,
Huh? That's crazy.
I'm on the wrong side of the fence, family. I've been hiding these feathers for a long time, man, and he calling me out, y'all.
You in the whole Civil War. You over here chilling with us.
He's laying low.
Ducking his shit.
Laying low. Hiding out. Shit. But yeah, that's gonna be funny. He's been saying that shit for a long time. For those who don't know, Papa Patch is one of these indigenous cats that is making a bold claim that I'm part of his crew tribe. He gonna I don't know. Apparently he's gonna, it's not a debate. We're not debating. It's just him disclosing information on me.
Right.
Yeah. Just so we're clear. But anyway, it's funny. It sounds like some old creepy shit to me, but it's all good. Funny
But
though.
we do have an official challenge from Dual Dab.
Okay, yeah, shout out to him. Come on in.
Topic is going to be does dominance create morality?
Oh shit, I forget. That
Does
was
dominance create morality? This is about to be crazy.
That's my man with the mustache, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was picking on my man. Like, he's more than welcome to come over here. I was talking. He made me mad though. I ain't gonna front. I was mad when I did.
Yeah, he was pissing us all off.
That shit was pissing me off. But he's more than welcome to come over here, and I won't be hostile to him.
That boy was.
He had like he don't know, like he dense or something. Like, bro, this shit happened. The way it happened is illustrated in documents and correspond. Like, I don't understand. And he's trying to make it sound like this shit was ordained. Like, well, it was a good thing that it happened. We were lost in the bush. and waiting for the white man to come pick us up type shit. Like, nigga, please.
I found so many speeches of people who talking just like him. And they all European, talking just like him, but we civilized them. It doesn't matter if we did it with force. It's for the good of the Lord and all this shit. He's following the same script.
Yeah, that's the whole shit they were saying the whole time while they were doing what the fuck shit they were doing. They were making.
I gotta find that other book too. What was that book we went over? When they were like, "Hey, you know, what if we do it like this?" We're like, what if we slave you better? Remember that book we was going over? And it was like trying to present some type of like alternative. Like, we ain't gonna slave you this way, we're gonna slave you that way. It was something about like the
I kind of remember that. I forgot that book, but yeah, it was like an alternative way of being enslaved and shit. They was always trying to figure out a way to make it easier or justification. You know what I mean? They didn't really want to make it easy, but they wanted to justify that shit, especially with religion. And that's why we was given religious fucking instruction. It's crazy, man. These motherfuckers is wild, man. These motherfuckers is wild. But yeah, stay tuned for that. My man with the Steve Harvey, Tom Selleck mustache, you are more than welcome to come over here, bro. And I will give you full autonomy and you can share your shit and it's all good. Same for you, Papa Poach. I don't want to fuck his name up because homegirl got my shit fucked up with the Papa Roach thing. Like we were trying, it was funny, but nah, all due respect to your name, bro. Poach, come on over, man, and you know I'm ready to be ordained with my feathers and shit. So come on over here with that. We appreciate it.
Right,
appreciate it, man. Come on over. That was wild. But shit, Mo, I got just a little bit of information to push, and I'll let you go ahead and take the whole joint.
All right.
Yeah, let me see what I got. It's, you know, because we're talking about Christianity, and a lot of people are trying to make this whole connection to Africa, which I understand via Egypt and all, but it was two different things. Aspects of it might have came out of Kemet and stuff like that, but the whole thing, like the epicenter of Christianity being in Africa, like we was walking around talking about Jesus, that ain't take place until the motherfuckers came back in there. So one of the books that I want to go through real quick, I think Mo helped me get this joint. I gotta find the damn book. Make sure I got the damn book. So yeah, I want to do that. Let's do one single joint. Christ. All right. Okay. Can everybody still hear me in the chat? Are we good? Hold up, man. No, you didn't. My bad. I'm talking to myself. How the hell I get rid of the book, y'all? No, I didn't do that. Taylor listening at work. I see you. Damn. Don't you do that. Hang on, y'all. My bad. I'd have messed around and lost my book. Give me a second. Can y'all can still hear me, right? Can y'all hear me? I can't see if y'all can hear me or not. What the hell? Come on, please tell me I got this shit. Oh, send me the book. Okay. Come on, get with it. Give me a minute, y'all. Give me a minute. Okay, there we go. Damn, how the hell does that happen to me? Okay, peace to the chat again. My bad, y'all. I had to try to find the book that Mo sent me pertaining to what we about to do here. Okay, so we're talking about like what's the connection with Christ? What is Christ, and how the connection with Africa and all that stuff. So what I'm gonna look at is a book from Gerald Massey's right here called what is it? Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. And we talk about Christ being the anointed. Christ is just a title. And give me a minute. Y'all still see me?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I'm fucking up today. Hang on, y'all. All right, can y'all see my screen? Huh?
Yep.
Okay. My bad. I'm taking forever. I lost this book and had to get it again. Okay. So we're talking about connections, right, with Africa and the Christ. Christ is nothing but yet a title, right? We're looking at the page 214 and 215 of Gerald Massey's Egypt, Light of the World. Right here it says, we have now to show that in the making the mummy, the Egyptians were also making the typical Christ, which is anointed. That's all Christ simply means, the anointed. The word caress, or Christ in Egyptian signifies embalmment, to embalm or anoint, to make a mummy. Caress, koros in Greek denotes the body, the human body, a person, or carcass, more expressively the flesh of it. Caress. Gaelic and Irish, the body, Latin corpus for a dead body. These are all preceded by the word caressed or Christ. In Egyptian, with the risen mummy for the determinative of the meaning, each body that has been embalmed was a caressed, so to say, and made into a typical immortality in the likeness of Osiris or Horus, the prototypical Christ. So when we look at the connections of Christianity, maybe, right, and how it correlate with African culture, the Egyptians were simply doing mummification in preparation of the body once the body is deceased, the corpus, the body. This is simply it was a due process in Kemet where mummification, you had the anoint the mummy. That's simply what this means. So when we say Jesus Christ, that's just anointed. This is the connection that we get. Okay, it will be made apparent by the degrees that the religion of the Christos first began at Memphis with the cultus of the mummy and two characters, which represents body, spirit, or patah in matter. What it says, Kepler, Imhotep in spirit. Hence, the hawk as a bird of spirit issuing from the Kores mummy was an image of resurrection. The origin of the Christ as anointed, remember, as anointed or Kores will explain the connection of Christ's name and that the Christianity with, what's that say, Yunction and anointed Horus, the Chemite Christ was anointed son. So this all parallels with Egyptian cosmology. The way the Egyptians or the Kemites preserve the body for the transition, for the celestial transition of the soul. And what they did was a due process of anointing the body. It's a process. That's all it is. So for us to be like, well, Christianity originated out of Africa, this is the only way that would make any sense out of it. It's because of the process. Now, what these Greeks and Romans did was made a whole thing out of it, because as far as the deity, you already had Osiris, Isis, already. They were already Christ-like. So that's the connection and that's the parallel. I don't need to go further than that because we all know about a lot of the deities and the energy, spirit connections and stuff like that. Like the whole Jesus story is simply a creation story of the energy and the relation of the sun within the relation to where it's at in the orbit in time and space in the part of the year. So the body of Christ, Corpus Christi, all of that dumb shit, this goes back to ancient Kemet mummification practices at its simplest. All right. So I want to go over that really quick. I hope you guys can see what I just saw. Can y'all see that? Again, this is from Gerald Massey's Egypt, the Light of the World. He did a lot of work early on in that area, and he was making these parallels. 214 and 215 of that Gerald Massey's book. So let me close this out. Let me get y'all back up here. And let me unshare my joint. Stop the screen. All right. So yeah, let me see if I can find another book, y'all. Okay. So now we talk about the connections from Kemet and the mummification, and we know Christ is anointed. Let's talk about the symbols of Christianity. Where do these symbols and shit come from, right? So the next book I'm gonna go in is titled.
I think he asking you to repeat something.
What part? Or can you repeat that? Can y'all hear me right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so going back to what I was talking about, in the book Gerald Massey's Egypt, the Light of the World, he breaks down what Christ simply means. Christ is a title of being anointed. Anointed was a mummification process that the Egyptians did prior to Jesus walking around. They were already doing these ceremonies, and these ceremonies entailed the due process of mummification, wrapping the body, making the body as best as they can get it for like this celestial transition, So that's where Gerald Massey picked up this information. Caress, the Christ, all of that stuff simply means anointed. And the corpus is the body. The anointment of the body makes you a Christ. So any mummy can be Jesus, anointed. Like what they did was basically take a figure and put that in the way of it.
Yeah, and what they also did, which y'all going to see, is going to tie right into my presentation. They took it and made it something only done for noble people.
Right.
The elite can only be anointed.
Right.
So that's what it turned into, because everybody else, especially the African, was no longer practicing that anymore. But they took it and adopted it, and it was something for royalty, the special burial or special treatment to a person who passed away.
Right. So simply put, Christ just means the anointed. It is nothing special about it. Anybody can be anointed with oils and shit. You know what I'm saying? But real quick, I'm gonna go in the next book. Let me see if I can pull out, because I ain't gonna be too long with these joints. I'm just gonna hit a couple of key points. Now, we talked about some of these origins. So what I'm saying is the Egyptians was already practicing their way of spirituality, and they had already deified Osiris and all of that. So anybody that was about to pass away or whatever, they prepared their body for a transition. And that was the due process that they did. And that was what you would call the Christ. When the Europeans came and they saw these things done, they wanted to change that shit and kind of put their little funk on it. And they added Jesus' name, and he all of a sudden is the anointed and all of that. But one of the books that I'm going to talk about is called Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions. Real quick. So we talked about a little bit about the origins, and I want to just basically talk about the African connection, the Kemet connection. That was part of that. And then this next one, real quick, it's going to be on what symbols were they using for Christ, because it wasn't the Ankh. The Ankh was something totally different. The Ankh was indigenous to African Kemetic culture, right? Can't be the Ankh. But what did they use? They had their own shit too, which is not indigenous to Africa. So that's what I want to kind of point out real quick to you guys. Real quick, give me a minute, give me a hot minute real quick. Can y'all see that? Y'all see that?
Yep.
Okay. This is Bible Myths and the Parallels in Other Religions. I can go all day in this book, but I just want to touch the symbols of Christ. Okay, here we go. All right, let me see what we got. Let me see, is that we getting close, y'all. We cooking. We cooking, y'all. I'm gonna make sure we cook a little bit. All right, what's the other page talk about? All right. We're talking about symbols of Christ, and where the fuck did they get that from? Where the fuck did they get that from? Okay, again, family, this book is titled Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions. It's a long title, but that's all I can really read of it right now. So this is page 333, according to the Google, but I'm sure in the book it's different. It's actually 314 in the book. So shit, hang on, let me make sure I'm. Damn, that's another. Hold on. Let me say that, because I don't want to miss nothing on this shit right here. So yeah, we're talking about symbols of Christ. Everybody keep up real quick. These Christian symbols. Christianity, these early symbols of Christ. Okay. Early symbols of Christ. I feel like I need to be somewhere else. I like this, but I need to be somewhere else. I like that, but I think I need to be somewhere else, y'all. Give me 1 second. Come on. Where is this shows of shit? Is that it? Can't be, yo. Is that it? Look like I said, though. I guess that is it. My bad, y'all. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Right. Okay, my bad. I was here the whole time. Shit. All right. So in the book, if you get Bible myths and their parallels in other religions, it will be in the book on 314 and on 333 on the digital Google copy. I got a little confused and I need glasses apparently. So we're talking about symbols of Christ. And I'm going to go down here to the bottom of it. Okay, that's why I messed up at. We're right here. Okay, so yes. So we heard of Constantine, and I'm going to start up here actually. The early Christians did not adopt it as one of their symbols. It was not until Christianity began to paganize that it became a Christian monogram. And even then, it was not the cross as we know it of today. So the cross that we see today wasn't a cross, the original cross. There wasn't an original symbol of Christ. Jesus died on the cross. Well, that wasn't what this shit looked like back in the day. Makes you say, It says, it is not until the middle of the 5th century that the pure form of the cross emerges to light. The cross of Constantine was nothing more than a monogram of Osiris and afterwards of Christ. It says this is seen from the fact that the labyrinth is a sacred banner of Constantine on which was placed the sign by which he was to conquer, was inscribed with the sacred monogram, figure number 30, as a representation of the labyrinth, taken from the Smith's Dictionary of the Bible and the author of The History of Our Lord and Art, says, it would be difficult to prove that the cross of Constantine was of simple construction as now understood. As regarded the labyrinth, the coins, more on that later, coins of the time in which it is expressly set forth proves that the so-called cross upon it was nothing else than the same ever-recurring monogram of Christ. Now, this so-called monogram of Christ, like everything else called Christian, is of pagan origin. It was the monogram of the Egyptian savior Osiris. We just talked about that. And also of Jupiter Ammon. All right. Reading a little bit further, nothing can be more opposite to Jesus Christ than the oracle of Jupiter Ammon, and yet the same cipher served the false god as well as the true one. Wow. So this same cross was for a pagan god prior to it being used for Jesus. Imagine that. Constantine used this because he was a Christian emperor at the time, right? So it says, serve false gods as well as the true ones, for we see a medal of the Ptolemy king of, what did I say? Cyrene, having an eagle carrying a thunderbolt, which the monograph of Christ to signify the oracle of Jupiter. So they stole some pagan shit and they tried to Christianize it. All right, now y'all can y'all see that symbol right there, everybody? This is the symbol that we're talking about. It's this little P with the X. This was y'all first symbols of Christ. Fuck the cross. It was all about this shit right here. For you Christians, this was it. even what it says, even the XP, which I had thought to be exclusively Christians, are to be found in combinations. Thus, the XP, just as the early Christians used it on the coins of Ptolemies, on those of Herod the Great, struck 40 years before the era, together with this form so often seen in early Christian monuments. They're saying this shit was copied. They all, you know, you're just taking shit and using it and just molding it into what we have today. That what we got is a molded version of all of this shit. This was the first prototype symbol of Christ. I hope you guys can see what I'm talking about. So when Constantine was riding around doing his shit, being an emperor of Christianity, this is what he was using. This was the early symbols. So there was no cross at first, just so we're clear. They were making this shit up as they go and just putting this shit in together. Let's see. And real quick, I'm gonna stop sharing and we're gonna go to some currency. If I can pull that up real quick. Give me a minute, y'all. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. So yeah, those were the first damn symbols of Christianity right there. Those were the first symbols. Make no mistake about it. Give me a minute, y'all. Trying to find. So now I'm looking for currency. We're talking about the currency. So this same symbol was used during Roman times. That same symbol, the early Christian symbol. Can y'all see that? This is the symbol right here. This is the earliest sign of Christianity, not African shit. This is straight up European type shit right here. Okay, it's called the Chi Ryo, if I'm pronouncing that right, a Christogram, and that's the symbol that I've been talking about that's on the right. It says the Chi Ryo Christogram is a monogram constructed from the first two letters of Christ in Greek. Christos, basically it anointed. We already talked about that. It says in 312 AD, Constantine dreamed. He had a dream, y'all. Everybody's dreaming or drinking liquor when they have these visions. He saw a Chirio Christogram in the sky and heard the words in hoc signo Aries, meaning in this sign you will be victor. He ordered the sign of Christ on his legion standards and the shields. He won a great victory and later became the first Christian emperor. I'll be damned. He also made Christianity the official religion of the empire. This is when Christianity became a state-sponsored religion because they wanted to control everybody. So they started putting Christ on money. That's why still to this day, we have in God we trust on the damn money that we got circling around America right now. That should say in God that should say that for a reason. In God we trust. Because they're controlling you. Now take a look at all of these coins. This one right here, you can see these are Christian symbols, European Christian symbols. This is what they was using. This was the currency going around at the time of Constantine, the emperor of fucking Christianity. So this symbol is a representation of them trying to bring Christ into their economy, right? And then we know that the origins of it, the whole Christ thing is just simply the anointed. That's what we're talking about here. But I just wanted, it wasn't a cross like we all know today. And when Jesus died on the cross, why that cross wasn't illustrated here? So that just goes to tell you that these symbols of Christianity has changed. Why they have to change? If they've been here all along, they should be just, you know, what it is. And even that shit looked like they tried to copy it off the Ankh. But yeah, I'm gonna slow my roll because I'm done. That was it. That was a record time push right there, y'all. I think that was a record time push. And those were the Byzantine Romans at the time. That was in there controlling shit. And for those who want to know that book again, that was Bible Myths and Their Parallels in Other Religions by Thomas William Doane. And then, of course, Gerald Massey's book, too. But yeah, the Greeks and the Romans, because that's where you get the Serapis from. We ain't even get on that yet. And I can go on and on and on. But we're going to take our time with this push. We're going to push this shit. We're going to push y'all like we pushing a stroller right now, pushing a lawnmower or something. You know what I mean? But that was it. I just wanted to cover that little bit of tidbit between the connection with Christianity being the anointed and how people would get the idea that Christ, that Jesus or this whole story might have came out of Africa, like it was the epicenter. No, it was not. It was actually the Greeks and Romans that really did all of that shit. And we talked about the early symbols of Christianity and how we have God, we trust on our currency today. That shit started out back then. But go ahead, I yield to the floor, man. Go ahead. Push that motherfucker, man.
Hey, and Rev, you just got to think about development. There shouldn't be any development. If something just happened and it was God's doing, and this is an immaculate God, a perfect God. He has a perfect plan, and everything is like it's happening because of what he's trying to do. And he sent his son through the flesh, or if you believe he is the one that's in the flesh, or whatever it is, it's supposed to be different from what other religious developments that are happening. It shouldn't have any development. It should just be this happened, and then that's it, and we just keep on passing it down. But we keep seeing a development. We shouldn't see that. Like if somebody was telling your story, you shouldn't start off with a blue flag, and then you pick up a Bible and you become the pastor, boom, and then as time goes by, no, he was a blood, and then he became a Muslim, and then like your story as a human, it should do that, but not if this was something that was done by God as a message for humanity until he shows back up in 1,000 or 1,000,000, whenever time he pops back up. This message is supposed to just stay the same. Humans are supposed to keep developing shit because we're just making up stuff. But this is God that steps in the middle of all of our developing fake gods and false ideologies. He steps in. His shit should just be consistent. It shouldn't be turning into it's a blue flag, and then he was Christian, and it was blood, and then he's an Islam. And the next thing you know, when we get to the end of your story in 2,000 more years, like 4,023, we look at the story of young Rev, and it says young rabbi, and you have a swastika on your forehead, and you used to be a fucking male stripper or some shit. What's going on? It's not even in the original state that it was in. It's sitting here transforming over time. Just like I say, if we bring these people back, they would be looking at us like, what the hell are y'all doing? We'll be calling ourselves Christians and Muslims, and they would come back from 2,000 years ago looking at us like, yo, that's not what we were doing. You're not one of us. What's these words you using? What are these symbols? Who's this dude on the cross? Like, they're not going to know any of this stuff.
Yeah, why is it a cross? It's not, you know what I mean?
Oh, we didn't have no damn cross. What is a cross?
If you take that cross that we use now and take it back in Constantine era, they're going to look at us like we're crazy. Like, what the fuck is this? This ain't it. So how that shit change and morph? It's supposed to be the word, and it is what it is. The symbols, the words, everything's supposed to be solid, not different branches of it. Crazy. I'm gonna chill. Go ahead, bro.
Right. Yeah, it's facts.
But yeah, man.
Let me inject this shit again.
Yeah, family. But yeah, get those books. Look at like I said, that page about the Christ and the connection with Osiris, you know. Now there's parallels, but it's that what I think people try to think or get, that it's like Jesus came out of Africa. No, it did not. That didn't happen. Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
and they borrowed from a lot of people,
Yeah.
not just Africa. They Persia, you gonna find things in there like it's all types of shit. But that don't mean the Persians created that religion. They just went, and you can actually track them through history. They did pass through all these different lands. So when they end up later with this damn book in the Old Testament and then later the New Testament that has a bunch of other people's practices in it, it makes perfect sense. They traveled through all those lands and picked up those people's practices, and they dropped off some of their practices with other people. So it wasn't like they just were picking up other people's shit. They also dropped off some of their practices that they had. It went both ways. You know, some people, some things, in some cases you can say it was stolen, and they took credit for it, and in some cases you can say it was just a cultural exchange.
Facts.
But yeah, I'm gonna run back into this book again. Visit. No, hold on, let me see if I can blow this. Oh, I'm full screen. All right, that's better. Yeah, this is the book I went over the last time. Visit to the Portuguese possessions. Yeah, I remember. But it was some other stuff I had missed out in there I wanted to bring up. And it says the continent of Africa is daily exciting. Hold on. Is daily exciting more and more interest in Europe, and the increasing efforts are made to acquire more perfect knowledge of the part of this part of the world, which since the earliest dawn of history has attracted universal attention, yet this applies only to isolated portions of its immense extent. Tracks upon the northern coast have indeed been known to us for thousands of years, but although Herodotus was tolerably well acquainted with Egypt and gives some accounts of Central Africa, the latter are only fabulous, and even to this day, I think that's almost, with the exception of the most northern countries, the Cape Colonies, and the proportionately very small tract of coast, the entire continent of Africa is terra incognita. Terra is land, and incognita is kind of like incognito. So like, I guess hidden, so they're saying it's like nobody has been there. Terra incognita. Nobody has been there, or as a matter of fact, I don't know what the fuck I'm guessing for. Let me just look it up. My dumbass sitting there guessing. Okay, so terra, unknown or unexplored territory.
Man.
Terra incognita.
See how we do, y'all? We break it down.
Okay, so yeah, but so it was unexplored. So again, that goes back to what we've been saying, what the arguments have been in the past few weeks, and prior to that we were the originators of these things. They didn't come bring that shit to us. These people already have these practices that they have, and we don't have it, and they're sitting here admitting to you like it was unexplored. They're going through this land to explore it. What they should see when they pull up is Christianity. They should see Judaism already there. They should not be bringing that to people. It doesn't make any sense. And we don't see that anywhere. We see them. We've showed y'all plenty of times that people are prepping their mission to go out and convert people. You can't convert somebody that is already what they are. Okay. So the elements of an important crisis in the geographical knowledge of Africa seem indeed to be at work, but we cannot look for a happy result till I think that's cessation of the wars which disturb its northern frontiers, till civilization shall have made some progress, and above all till the slave trade shall be totally abolished. So long as the iniquitous traffic exists, the unhappy Africans who groan under its yoke and are constantly treated with cruelty and barbarity will be impelled to the same line of conduct. They will be averse from all civilization and inaccessible to the scientific inquirer. So they're not only saying here that like this is wrong what we're doing to people. We got to pay attention to their words. They're pointing out that we're trying to like explore Africa. We're trying to see what else is going on there. We want to benefit off of Africa. We can't just pull up there and it's blood and bodies all over the place. So these are two different mindsets. It's somebody who's seeing the benefit of still dominating this place, like we were talking about last night, but not in such a way where like it always has to be something violent going on, because we can't do that. We can't just pull up and there's always a battle. They can't afford that. So these are people that you're seeing before you get all like kumbaya with them. They're trying to show you a different view, you know. So now it's this righteous thing. This is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. And at the time this is happening, there's other people arguing back with them, saying like, no. And they're using scriptures. They're pulling up like, yo, he said, us, the chosen people, we can slave the nations around us. These guys are cursed. Like, what are you talking about? These are, don't they look like the Canaanites? The Lebanese people, like these are them. They're cursed. God don't even fuck with them. Like, and it's not working because they're not worried about the book no more. We already used it. We did what we did now, but now it's just endless war, and we're tormenting people, torturing people, and whatever. And this is going to leave a stain, you know. So they're starting to develop not a conscience, like Dul Dab would say. They're not developing a conscience for the people because they elevated them. They just know like we can't do this. It's like we all grow up and know like we got to become men. We can't leave beef for our family and trouble all over the place and debt. So they're seeing it a different way. Like we need to come at the approaches from a different angle. Okay. Let's see the next part I wanted to show here. I don't know why this is not highlighted though, because I wasn't supposed to do all of but satisfied. Wait, no. Hold on, y'all.
Yeah, peace in the chat. Go ahead, brother.
Go through. England of all European nations has disguised itself during the last 50 years in acquiring a better knowledge of Africa, and if the efforts of a diametrically opposite, I'm sorry, y'all, this shit is like torn up. Diametrically opposite nature be merit, the palm, I think that's palm, the palm must be awarded to Portugal. Of all the European states, Portugal is the most powerful in Africa as regards the position and the extent of the countries. Hold on a second, I can't even see it. Something popped up on the screen. Of the countries which it has subjugated, but satisfied with the accidental honor of being first discoverer of the whole western coast, as well as of Cape of Good Hope and the eastern east as far as Melinda. It has been content since the time of King Don Henriques with retaining some of its possessions along the coast for the purpose of subserving the basis of self-interest and of converting their richest plains into scenes of plunder and the most savage devastation. And that's what I was talking about earlier too. So now they're looking at it like this is what's happening. We pull up and there's bloodbath and people crying and running and screaming for help. Like that shit was cool at first because you dominated, but now we got to approach this from a different angle. Every step, this doesn't make them good guys, is what I'm trying to tell you. Every step taken by the unprincipled Portuguese settlers in the unhappy colony can strike the African in no other light than the proceedings of the barbarous state of Northern Africa appear in the eyes of the European powers, and fearfully evidences what misery, nay, what a curse oppresses the land which has grown for centuries under the Portuguese sway. But the time is not far distant when this injured race will avenge their own disgrace, and the crime of their oppressors will shake off the European yoke, and woe then the Portuguese if they have to atone with only one. Hold on, I gotta make sure this is full when I say it. And woe then to the Portuguese if they have to atone with only one drop of blood for every life which they have wantonly, disgracefully sacrificed. The entire population of Portugal would not suffice for this atonement. They said if they had to pay for one drop of blood for each person, the whole Portugal still could not atone for the stuff that they have done. So this is, they're not growing a conscience, and they're not starting to see that they were wrong. We got to really get the fuck out of that type of mindset. And as you can see, there are grown, educated men, like we seen last night, who actually believe that shit. They actually believe that, like, oh, okay, whoa, you're human now. Now, okay, now that you got up here to this point, don't worry about what just happened back there. Let's look forward. Fuck no. That's not happening, because then you get lost the same way dual dab is, and you don't know what's going on in your community. You start looking at these children and you go, huh, this is your mom's fault and your dad's fault. Rightfully so it is. But there's a portion that's not the parent's fault. Okay, then it goes to their parents and they have their fault. Then there's a portion of it that's not their fault. Everybody has to own their the parts that is their fault, and some of that belongs to the oppressor. You just can't get around it. I think that was the only part I wanted from that. So the Santo Portuguese Consul General fitted out in the spring 1841 a commercial expedition consisting of 6 ships laden with the European goods of all good, and conducted himself by the coast of Angola, where he proposed every European station and purpose of carrying trade or barter. Interested in this nature's enterprise, considering many attractions, and hesitatingly accepted the position. Okay, yeah, I don't think I need that. Okay, so this is from Philip Curtin, Epidemiology and the Slave Trade. This is just the introduction. I forgot what brought me to look this up, but I'm pretty sure I'm about to remember in a second. But it's still relevant to the topic, but I just forgot what person I was talking to that made me want to go pull up this journal. Damn, no, what's that dude? I don't know. It may have been Dual Dab on a different live. For some reason, it seems like something that he needed to hear. But historians have begun, or this is the epidemic. Well, that's not the name of that. Hold on, let me go back. So yeah, it's the Political Science Quarterly, volume 83, number 2, June 1968, page 190 to 216. It's a total of 27 pages, and it's by Philip D. Curtin, Epidemiology and the Slave Trade. Okay, and then here's his portion of that journal. Okay, I don't know if y'all can see this too well because it is kind of blurry on my screen, but y'all can look it up.
We can see it, but we can't see it, but it's all good. Do your thing, bro.
All right, historians have begun to show a new interest in the slave trade. Recent developments in the historical demography, economic history, and the history of Africa have solved some of the old problems and posed new ones. This shit is blurry as fuck. Hold on, let me see if can I blow this up? Yeah, I'm gonna have to blow it up. Y'all can still see it though, right?
Yeah, we can see it, but like I can't read it. I know I can't because my eyes. I need glasses.
Okay, yeah, I gotta. Yeah, but you don't see me blowing it up though, right?
No, it's not blown up.
All right, cool. Because this is I gotta blow this shit up real good. It posed new ones. The mere passage of time makes it possible to go beyond the largely humanitarian concerns of the 19th century writers, concerns that arose out of the great debate over slavery as a question of policy. We can now accept the trade as an evil and move on to the problem of why and how it took place for so many centuries and on such a scale. So obviously, so you've seen it was 1968 when this guy wrote this, right? They're having conversations about the policy of it. Their questioning is, well, we can accept it now. Look, we can now accept the trade as evil and move on. What do you mean? It's just evil. Like, why we don't have to accept it as evil? It's just evil. And that's why we're trying to tell people that this is new. These things, y'all have no clue how brand spanking new it is for us to even learn about the ships and the records and the fights that we had and the insurrections and the different revolts and trying to make bombs and poisonous arrows and attacking people on Christmas and how the number of people that were taken and where they were dropped off at and the ships that were overtaken and the ships that didn't make it or that were confiscated, or the slave masters fighting against other slave masters to try to stop slavery so that it can more benefit their people. We just learned about this and people are trying to take it back and go back to what the European was saying. Like, is this evil or did it really happen? Was it servitude? That's what he was doing. Why the fuck are we doing that? We already know what the fuck it is, and he's over here playing stupid. Now we finally get our foot in the door of the library to document what happened to our people. And now our people are over here trying to take the books out of the goddamn library because it's fake. It was indentured servitude, or we own them. We did it to ourselves. We created them, and they say, like, it goes so many different angles. But if you notice, all of these alternative stories they have, it's a guilt trip for us. It's always our fault. We're cursed. God's punishing us. We created the white man with gene splicing. He came and civilized us, so we should thank him. It's so many different angles that people go on. But hold on a second. Somebody's on the door. Hold on.
Yeah, fam. Peace to the chat. Peace to the chat. Thank y'all for coming in on a Saturday, tuning in, getting some of this work, some of this Jesus work, this biblical work. Peace, fam. Peace, 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 fam. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Again, thank you, Patrice, for putting those books in. We got Egypt, Light of the World. And then we got the Bible Myth book that we talked about, Bible Myths. And then we got the book that Mo just talked about as well. This jump right here, Portuguese Possessions in the Southwest Africa by Tams MD. That's what that says. So yeah, go ahead and get those. Go ahead and get those. Yeah, fam.
Okay, I'm back. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good. You good. I just was talking about them books.
All right. It's century on a large scale. Where was I at? Yeah, accept traded evil and move on to the problem. Yeah, the scale. Okay, so the recent trend toward the world historical perspective and sway for parochial, I think, national history also calls for a new approach to the broad patterns of Atlantic history, social and economic development, and the tropical shores of the Atlantic was a single process, regardless of the theoretical self-contained empires of merchant. I don't even know. Hold on. I can barely see that. I think is it merchant list? Mercantilist Europe, I think. Hold on a second, y'all.
Don't even give me the look. I need my glasses on any damn way. Shout out to Big Suitin in the chat. I see you, homie.
Beliefs in the benefits of profitable trading and commercialism. Mercantilism. If I'm saying that right. Mercantilism. Okay, so mercantilist Europe. Okay, from the late 16th century to the early 19th, the central institution was the plantation located in tropical America, worked by slave labor from tropical Africa, but directed by Europeans and producing tropical staples for European consumption. The broader patterns of society and economy were much the same in all the plantation. Hold on, I gotta move it. Damn, hold on. Oh, it's still right there if I move it. All right, well, all right. European producing tropical staples for European consumption. The broader patterns of the society and economy were much the same in all the plantation colonies, regardless of metropolitan control. These patterns were not only different from those of Europe, they were also different from the European settlements in, I cannot see something's blocked. I think it's in temperate North America, the Indian Ocean trading. And the next part, hold on a second. I think I gotta go to the actual article. Hold on. But yeah, I got the point with that. I don't really gotta go to the next page, really. But the point was that I was trying to show here, because I don't even think I was supposed to read. I think I was just supposed to highlight that first part where they were saying that they were arguing about it. It was some type of debate. It was discussion within the policy. So this is not something that our people have ever been saying, you know, and they're trying to make it seem like we first knew that it didn't happen the way they told it. And then they later just came out of nowhere and start calling us African slaves or descendants of slaves, and that they took us from Africa and we just ran along with the shit. They were trying to take it away. It was already established by us. Our people were telling the stories. They were going and interviewing our people with telling them the stories. We were running back. Some of us escaped and we told other people. Some of us moved from the lands that we were in when we were still in Africa and went and warned other people like, yo, this is what's going on. We need to train and prepare for when this shit happens. And we took you through that and showed you different people who were taking that they were training and had different times that they climbed up a tree and watched from a distance to see if somebody was coming, and they would take turns. And, you know, and one day they slacked on doing that and they pulled up on them because they weren't paying attention like they were trained to do. And they came and they kidnapped them. So we had a problem with people doing these things. And that story is being told all the way across the water. And it matches the story with the people over here saying that they were playing around and somebody snatched them and brought their ass to America. How the hell did they get both people to make that shit up that far apart? This shit is ridiculous. And they talking about some European sources. These are not European sources. These are black people who are telling their story. And then Europeans are deciding to say, hey, look, damn, y'all, this shit is wrong. Who cares what their motive is? Like, whether it's for the church or it's because they want to, you know, be a famous professor, or they're just mad at their own people because they're not giving them a piece of the big pie that they're getting out of all of this shit. We're not worried about that. The point is, these people are telling our story and we are the source. What happened to us belongs to us. That's our source. These guys are just talking about it. We're the primaries. Us existing right now, we are the primaries. They're the ones telling the goddamn story. It's like crazy. Even their court records and ship records, our people are the primaries. They're talking about us. What happened to us, where they took us from, where they dropped us off, what they did with us when they dropped us off, how we fought back, how some of us didn't fight back, how some of us turned on our own people. It's us. It's talking about our story, okay? And the next one I'm going to go into is African Voices of the Atlantic Slave Trade. Let me see. Do I have this highlighted or not? I mean, highlighted. I'm going to assume that I'm supposed to read the whole thing. It's just not highlighted. In southern Ghana, along the stretch of the land, and this is chapter 1 from the Middle Passage to Middle Quarters, Jamaica, the transformation of a personal journey. In southern Ghana, along the stretch of land of the Atlantic coast, formerly known as the Old Slave Coast, now known as Iwi land, if I'm saying that right. On many a night, the striking rhythms of drums can be heard from many miles away. They are so sure, so insistent in telling their story. With the Iwi talking drum leading the pack, stories of long ago are revealed one by one. Yet we do not know the whole story. Here, and in this book is from 2004, I want to say. If somebody could look that up for me, if I'm correct, I think this is from 2004, 2005. So this shows you if this is the language that somebody's, and we can actually push that back a couple more years, because if you know, I know I started my book in like 2000, probably 2011, and then like left it alone, came back to it and revised some shit, and then really got like the shit on the roll in 2018, and then like nonstop from right there. Maybe 1 or 2 breaks with COVID or some shit like that. I think COVID stopped me for a while too. But it takes time to write the book. It could be 5 to 10 years writing a book when you're actually doing it right, not writing a damn novel. So this is the language that people are using. This is the mindset, and that's the good thing about reading or writing. When you see the words that someone's writing, you're not just seeing words on the paper, you're also seeing the mindset of that person, especially if it's not a novel, right? It says, yet we do not know the whole story. Here and on the other side of the Atlantic, in fact, wherever people of African descent are to be found, there is a deafening silence on the subject of slavery and the Atlantic slave trade. So people are quiet about this shit. They're not talking about it. And that's what I'm trying to tell people. Like, you clearly are not studying. Because if you studied this shit, you would know that it was very quiet. Nobody was talking about it. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, people are like, you know what? We want to get the story about what's going on with these people over here in Africa. And that started with people who were not in agreement that the slave trade happened. This is where it's starting at. It's starting with people who are arguing amongst themselves, saying like, no, this is what happened. No, this, and there's people admitting to what the fuck they did. And there's people also involved in the argument who are benefiting from making it look like we need to, you know, do the right thing because we fucked up and we need to get right with God. And you also have people who truly do believe the religious shit. They believe it. They really believe in the God, because even though we know that this was given to us by people who didn't believe it, who were just trying to control us, they didn't really care if the story was real or not. There are people who are still part of racist families and empires, institutions or whatever, who later started believing it themselves, or their family started believing it, and they just couldn't keep up with the whole original plan. So they fell into the damn realm of belief as well. And so they did want to get right with God. They did start seeing like, yo, this is wrong. I think I'm gonna go to hell for this shit. It scared them, and it helped. It worked in our favor. So we can keep it 100 on all ends. So it says on the subject of slavery and Atlantic slave trade, all that remains are fragments which, like the scattered pieces of a broken vase, do not represent the whole. Under the silence are palpable sighs of regret, pain, sorrow, guilt, and shame, as we can see with our people today. That's why we're up here pushing this shit. Even before the publication in 1969 of Philip Curtin's seminal book, and that's what we just went over, The Atlantic Slave Trade, a census, historians and others. Well, we didn't just go over that, but Philip Curtin is, we went over another piece of his work in the journal right before this. Seminal book, The Atlantic Slave Trade, a census, historians and others have been engaged in debates and analysis of the effects of the slave trade on African societies. What the fuck is this? What are we debating about? I thought this was something that they just made up and they wanted to trick us and make us think. They're debating just like our people are debating today, saying that the shit didn't happen. They've been doing this, and later they ended up proving that the shit happened. Worse than what they were saying. In a census, Curtin attempted the first scientific study to determine the numbers of Africans who were taken from the shores of Africa and brought to the New World. W.E.B. Du Bois was an early pioneer in this field, and people didn't know that either. They thought we were just sitting around just like, oh, that really happened to me? Like we were involved in it. With the Negro in 1920 and later the suppression of the African slave trade, 1638 to 1870. More recently, other authors, including the Nigerian Joseph Inekori, if I'm saying that right, and forced migration, the impact of the export slave trade on African societies, London, 1982, have also participated in this debate. Those are our people. So I don't know what they're talking about. They're acting like some Europeans just sat here and made the shit up. Also noteworthy are the works of Paul Lovejoy, Patrick Manning, Michael Gomez, and I don't know how to say it, I'm not going to butcher it, Mr. Barry, who have made important contributions to this study of slavery and the transatlantic trade. The story of the trade, however, has rarely been told from the perspective of those who suffered the most. That's what we are starting to see now. We are starting to tell the story. That's what we're getting into, and these people are trying to erase the shit. The European has been telling our story since BC times. We've been running around from him, warring with him, and he's been the victor and telling the story over and over, all the way up to the Crusades, after the Crusades, into the peak of Islam or whatever, up to transatlantic slave trade, to the peak of the slave trade, to the decline of the slave trade, to the new age slave trade. He's been telling the goddamn story, and we're just getting our foot in the door. That's what they're not understanding. We know more about this stuff now, and it's starting to rub people the wrong way because now we're telling a story. When he tells it, of course, it's going to sound like it was just they were working. It was, prisoners of war. And that's what he's going to say. He's not going to say I was just out here being a damn psycho terrorist, like a megalomaniac. He's not going to say that. We have to say it. It's our story. No full and thorough analysis of African records, in particular oral traditions, have been attempted. Most historians have written about the trade using records of European traders and American planters with only marginal references to oral history material. So they're not telling our full story. That's why you haven't heard the full story, and that's why it's hurting more for y'all. And hey, you can get a hug if you need one, but you gonna hold this shit. It's still gonna hurt. The hug is not going to help it. Yet European and American records, while important and critical to the study of the slave trade, do not sufficiently illuminate the African view of the trade as remembered by chiefs and others whose families were profoundly affected. One possible reason that such a project has not been undertaken is because of the silence on the issue of slavery in Africa. With the exception of the slave narratives, such as those from the Federal Writers Project of the Works Progress Administration, WPA, over 2,300 accounts of history as told by former slaves to mostly white interviewers from 1936 to 1938. This silence is mirrored in African American, Caribbean, and South American communities. This book focuses on the few stories that have been remembered, the memories of the Anlo Iwi, if I'm saying that right, Anlo Iwi, community residents of an area in southeastern Ghana, once famously called the Old Slave Coast. Their memories of the slave trade, in particular of the 19th century trade, are at the center of this work. These oral histories are also a starting point for bridging the gap between narratives in Africa and the diaspora. Excuse me. And this very contributing to the African diaspora studies. In sum, the underlying thesis of this project is the examination of the silence, memory, and the fragments of the history of slavery and the slave trade, and it as it pertains to both sides of the Atlantic. Two key themes that emerge from this study are the questions of agency in the Atlantic trade, Atlantic slave trade. My bad, y'all. You on my door. Atlantic slave trade and the impact of the trade on the Anlo Iwi society and by extension other African societies. Starting with the assertion that the two themes are interrelated, I assess the impact of the trade in light of the various roles played by both European and African traders. I closely examine the transformations of the slave trade throughout the centuries, culminating in the last phase, 1850 to 1890. This period coincides with the revival of the trade precipitated by the tremendous demand of plantations in Cuba and Brazil. Moreover, 1850 marks the first serious attempt by the British, after years of resistance from the Iwi community, to extend their rule over the Anlo territory by the purchase of slave forts from the Danes. Finally, the last phase of the trade was characterized by an acute disruption in previous trading practices and operations, a change that had devastating effects on African social and political institutions. Integral to this study is my own personal history or position. I think it's, if I remember this right, vis-a-vis, meaning just pertaining to the silences in the history of slavery. As oral historian Alessandro Portelli says in Oral History, the narrator is now one of the characters, and the telling of the story is part of the story being told. Again, the narrator is now one of the characters, and the teller of the story is part of the story being told. That is the beautiful thing about writing. Y'all should do it. Write something, a diary, something to pass to your family. Write something, because people are going to lie. And we're going to be in this confusion, whether it's arguing about religion, slavery, nationality, ethnicity, all of this shit. It's because we are not telling the story. And if we continue to tell the story, we will not have this confusion, because we're just going to be arguing over, well, he said this. Well, over here, he said that. What the hell did we say? I would rather be lied to by my own people than to be lied to by somebody else. That's just how it is. In other words, this kind of project requires a certain amount of personal involvement. Growing up in Jamaica, I was engulfed by the silence. Slavery and the slave trade were not exactly taboo subjects, but they were not subjects that many Jamaicans readily discussed. But in the midst of the prevailing silence, there were intriguing whispers of the stories of our past. In writing this book, I have been inspired by both personal and professional stories that linger along the contours of my own family history and our collective memory. Let me see. I gotta blow this up, y'all. Hold on. And hopefully y'all can see these page numbers, because I know it's probably blurry on y'all screen, but we're gonna get it.
My eyes bugging right now, son.
we got the trust, man. We gonna push 11. Get the book if you think I'm lying, or get the journal. You know,
by this time, y'all should know we creditable. You know what I mean?
Right. In light of you should be able to make out the page number. This is 46, I think. So, in light of this colonial record, it is possible then that certain elements of the story were adapted to the spirit of the age. From the standpoint of colonialism, it would be important for the Anglos to portray themselves as not slave dealers who sold other Iwis to Europeans, but as unified with the Iwis in Ghana and Togo in opposition to foreign forces. It would be important to emphasize the elements of the story that suggest that the Anglos were tricked by the European traders. So that's what Dul Dab was talking about yesterday. Like, oh, they were participating in it. That's what the European keeps saying. Those are old things. They did that with the Damoni people. Yeah, they were trading their own people. They were tricked. These people were fighting the whole time. And of course, you had some people who actually were, you're going to have a trader. But this wasn't something that Africa as a whole, or even as a majority, was involved in. That's cap. That is complete cap. You just heard them earlier complaining about what they were seeing when they pulled up to them damn shores. You think that was them involved in it? Hell no. It would be important, and Africa is still fighting to this day. So that is the most ridiculous shit that we could say, and we sitting here watching these people fight on the damn news. We're looking at it. We're looking at them picking cobalt, and they signed these big billion-dollar contracts for them to pick the cobalt with machinery. And they over there picking it with their fucking fingers. Like, what are we talking about? And the dude that brought the shit out, where he at? Because his next interview never even happen. What happened to the dude? It would be important to point out that the negative impact of the discussion, the negative impact of dissension and division within a community, this would then be seen as a lesson regarding the value of unity. In a similar way, the period before, during, and after independence, which is almost synonymous with Kwame, I don't know if I'm saying this right, Kwame Nkrumah.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Say that again.
Where you at, Kwame Nkrumah?
Kwame is wait, hold on. I don't know where is that on your screen.
Go ahead, bro.
Kwame Nkrumah. It's Nkrumah. I think it's Nkrumah.
Yeah.
Kwame Nkrumah. Or I don't know if I'm I'm sorry if I'm butchering it.
All right. Yeah. All right.
Can be seen to have influenced this story as well from his years in London prior to his return to the Gold Coast in 1947. Nkrumah was an agitator for the freedom of Black people, not only on the African continent, but all over the world. His eventual victory for Ghana in 1957, he saw as a victory for all those under the colonial yoke in Africa, the West Indies, and beyond. His Pan-African ideology had a profound effect on the population of Ghana, including residents on the Anglo coast. The desire for internal unity, as well as the building of bridges with other African Americans, West Indians, and others may very well have led elders and others to emphasize certain parts of the story. Finally, Rowling's assumption of power in 1981 may have influenced adaptations of the story. First, on his material side, Rowling hails from this part of Ghana, although he himself was born in Accra in 1947. Second, in the years before 1993, he attempted to forge international ties with the West Indies and others in the African diaspora. Domestically, he encouraged the growth of heritage tourism and the preservation of historical sites such as Ghana's many slave forts and castles. So our people, again, are working to preserve our history. And people are acting like we're trying to create it. They're acting like the Europeans just made this shit up. And if it wasn't for our people doing this, it would have just been gone. We are trying to preserve the history over on the other side of the water and over here. Okay, there are people fighting for Africa on both sides. The truth of the matter is, however, that the four basic facts of the story can be confirmed, have not changed since 1857. Furthermore, what is striking about the present day accounts is the presence of balance. Even Mama Zagba's account, which directly accuses Europeans of trickery in the slave trade, and is perhaps the least balanced of the interviews, includes information on the role of African traders. At one point, she explains that the Anglos did regular business with Zadzi in the interior and other places, exchanging slaves for salt. Okay. So this is us preserving our story. This is us telling the truth about all parts of our story, whether it's the European trickery, whether it's our people who are doing slavery or trading people or trading workers or whatever, owning people, however you want to look at it. It's still something we wouldn't do today. It's wrong on any scale, right? No matter where you at on the spectrum. But then comes the European, where we would have to separate what we were doing before he pulled up. So we did have people saying, hey, you got some salt. We have 20 people from our tribe. This guy's good with an arrow. This guy is good with his metallurgy or whatever. And they trade them. But this wasn't something where somebody's chopping your head off and pulling you apart by horses and doing all types of foul shit to your children and making you stay with the Englishmen until you turn 12. And yeah, we're going to get to those treaties too soon, y'all. I gotta remember, I keep bringing it up, but I got to make a note of that because I got to get those treaties. It's somewhere on one of my hard drives where they would keep us to the age of 12 and then send us back into the field. They did that with the Native American and with the Negro. Why would you want somebody in your household until they turn 12? You on some weird shit. The boys. They want the boys in the house until they turn 12. When they 12, we don't want them. Send them back out there. Crazy. So let's get to the next part. Post-continents, post-colonial. Where do I start out with this one? The testimonies of the Holocaust incident as metaphor. Okay, I think I'm starting here for this one. Damn, I forgot to highlight this, y'all. My bad. It's going to be kind of long-winded some parts. I'm going to try to make it short, though, because I can kind of catch some parts. But, you know, whatever. It's all learning. So the first thing that makes oral history important, oral history different, is that it tells us less about events than about their meaning. After issues of historical corroboration and the memory have been assessed, the Otkor incident is best read as a metaphor for issues of agency and impact in the Atlantic trade. First, it is a general metaphor for transformations that took place during the slave trade era. The story represents the different phases of the trade, in particular, the change in European and African agency from a period of organized trading to disorganized and random activity. It is a cultural marker or watershed between periods of order and disorder. In terms of European agency, it is additional evidence of piracy along the African coastline. It shows that as late as the 1850s, European and American ships were still engaged. Oh shit, hold on.
I try to tell y'all, nigga.
Still engaged in the oh shit, no.
I bet you they be talking about privateering, yo.
Yo, hold on.
Did it get cut off on you?
Yeah, I think I was supposed to.
This
no,
shit,
hold on.
Okay. This shit good, bro. I like this.
No, yeah, hold on. You gotta rock out for a second. I gotta find it.
Yeah, fam. Yeah, shout out to Ghana family. I'm trying to give me a trip organized right now to go over that joint, y'all. December. I got my passport. What I gotta do? I gotta try to I think I gotta apply for a visa too. I think that's the last piece of the puzzle I need, and then get my tickets, y'all. And we gonna be in Ghana December, connecting back to the homeland, y'all, the motherland, y'all, all day. So yeah, shout out to Ghana, man. That's why I particularly like this piece today, man. I've been trying to brush up on my Ghana history, culture, and greatness, and see what all that's about. But yeah, Ghana, December, if everything is right, if all my cards are laid down right, we're gonna be in Ghana. Christmas and New Year's, hopefully.
Damn.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna be over that jump. And I want to try to go to the coast to see that the Amina Castle, the one that we've been reading about all this time and shit about the Portuguese setting up there. Because originally they went there for gold. You know, they wasn't really on no slave shit. We talked about that Prester John type shit. But I know that's gonna be like one emotional event for me. So I want to get that out the way as soon as I get there, man. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'm probably gonna bust out crying in that damn dungeon.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna try to go back in the, you know, they got the door of no return. And typically what a lot of African Americans do is when they get over there, they go right back in the door. Like, you know, we made it back kind of thing. Like, you know, throughout all of this shit that we've been talking about for the past 10 fucking weeks, you know, if
Now that's some rituals I agree with.
Right.
Like that.
Yeah.
That's the type of rituals we need to be involved in. If
like,
we're doing any type of spiritual thing, that's something we need to do. Something involving us reversing what the hell happened.
Yeah. And I'm down with setting shit like this up in the future, man. If we all want to go over there and do that, man, I think it's good for the soul, man. Just being able to go there and do that. Like you said, reversing this shit, kind of get that mental, like just to come back and make that connection. Cause you know, when our ancestors was leaving, you know, it was impossible to make it back damn near, right? For those who did the rebellion on the ships and got away, they did great, but a lot of us never made it back and mentally never made it back. So for us to be mentally aware of where we come from and to come up in a time where we can go back, that's the greatest connection that I don't think any of us should miss as African Americans, Joe, at all. I'm about to show you right quick. There you go. This you? Yeah. But Ghana, y'all. So look out for that in the future.
Okay, I'm gonna run it back a little bit. What was that? 49. Okay. In terms of the European agency, it is additional evidence of piracy along the African coastline. Oh, this is so crispy clear right here. It shows that as late as the 1850s, European and American ships were still engaged in the slave trade, or in this case, kidnapping along the coast 50 years after the official abolition of the trade in 1807. So it was still going on no matter what the fuck these people said. Remember, we keep telling y'all they were arguing with each other because they was like, man, them niggas over there getting too much money. That's what they was mad about. Them motherfuckers, they got too much ground. They're gaining too much weight. They got plantations over here. They wanted to be the only ones. I showed y'all the ship, the people who had to set up the squadrons or whatever along the coastline to stop the slave trade. I showed you his background. He was a slave master. At the time, he was trying to stop other people from slave trading. So we don't fall for the gap. It calls into question the nature and the extent of the abolition. If some 50 years after it was legally abolished, the slave trade enjoyed perhaps the greatest revival since its inception. Keep that shit in mind. Numerous sources concurred that the African squadron commissioned by the Treaty of Washington in 1842 was effective in surpassing the trade. This incident and additional evidence of this incident is additional evidence of this fact. All right. And I think I should be good, man. I am tempted to stay in this book. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go to the PowerPoint because this is just too crispy to let go. I'm gonna go back to the PowerPoint and just find the page and then stay right there on that damn book, and then I'll go to the PowerPoint for the other parts. Where am I at? Now I need to go to page. Oh, it was highlighted, y'all. It's because I blew it up. When I blow it up, the highlight is removed. Okay. Okay, so now I need to go to page. Damn, hold on. I think I skipped some pages. Aspera studies and so on. The key things. No, I didn't. Okay, the highlights was just missing. Okay, so let's go to page 12. Is that right? Or 3, 2? Nope. We're going to page 12. All right. Let me go back to the other window. Bear with me, y'all. This is for the quality. This is for the quality. If I go to 20, it'll get me close to 12. Okie dokie. So, in her 13th year investigation into the subject of slavery in all 10 regions of Ghana, Dr. Akosua, I'm saying that right, Akosua, let's just do Dr. Purby. Okay. Dr. Purby found that domestic slaves and servants were indispensable to chieftaincies in pre-colonial Ghana. She shows how slaves were vital not only to the maintenance of the political realm, but to the economy, the military, traditional religious groups, and other social institutions. She goes so far as to suggest that the very concept of chieftaincy is deeply associated with the servitude of others, quoting in an 1870 statement from I don't know how to say that, from Okinhini, and Kaibi,
Yeah, I
to
think
support her claims. Okinhini,
sounds right to me, man.
okay, and Kaibi to support her claims. That's why we got to get the brothers over here so they can just say it for us. Shit.
Yeah, shout out to any of the Ghanaians that want to come up here
And sisters, my bad.
Yeah, sisters and brothers, y'all more than welcome to correct us on the spot.
So in this statement from the Okinhini and Kaibi to support her claims, must I let my hornblowers, my drummers, my pipers, my sword bearers and executioners, my hammock carriers, etc., become Christians? If I do, then I can no longer carry out my ceremonies, nor can I receive foreign embassies worthily. Whoever has an obligation to serve me will never be allowed to become a Christian. This was a reply to the Basel missionaries at Kaibi regarding the possible conversion of those who attended to his needs. Okay, so this shows that our people were not even with the shit. Everybody was not with it. So when you hear people saying that shit, bring these type of things up that people were saying, no, we were not doing. You're going to have to serve somebody else if you're going to be trying to pull that shit off. So let me go back to the PowerPoint, but she's made it clear, like, you can't serve me and do that shit. 46, already similar way to period during the independence, almost synonymous. I did that one. Incident metaphor. Okay. And we're going to page 54. Let's go to page 54, y'all. Oh, wait, actually, let me do it like this. 65. We down here at the bottom. At the time, hold on. At the same time, this is also a colorful story told by many people in a dramatic way, though it is not an invented tradition. Given that the basic facts of the story can be confirmed, certain elements of the story have been invented. These elements are reminiscent of the great tradition of West African folklore as cautionary tales. Among its most colorful aspects, which are perhaps also fictionalized, is the mention of crowds of people drinking and making merry on the shore as the drummers were taken away. Though this was described in almost every account, it is possible that the mention of the merrymaking was added by storytellers in part to add a sense of drama and suspense to the story, if often occasion a laugh from the informants at the thought of the local people drinking and making merry without any idea that respected members of their community were being kidnapped. The drinking and the merrymaking seemed to be the community's poetic way of saying that we were oblivious to what was happening in their midst. Bro, if that's not our people, who the fuck is that? That's exactly what the fuck we do. That's how we talk. That's part of our culture. It's still in our hip hop culture. It's still in the way we tell stories. We do that. We exaggerate shit like it, and he just sitting there twiddling his fingers, just saying we just dumb as him up, just sitting here like doorknobs, like and right in front of our face. Shit was sitting right in front of us, and we just sitting here and not even catching on to what the fuck is happening. When we go back in retrospect and look at shit, we do give those type of poetic expressions still to this day. And they're doing that shit over there with their stories. The people who never left. That's crazy. It is a way to dramatize the fact that they did not expect such a thing to happen, given the relationships that they had previously established with the white traders. Just like it said before, they were tricked. They tricked these people. This wasn't no damn deal, like sign here and sign there, and it was good. He held up his end, and they came back. No, they. What do you think when people didn't come back? People like, excuse me, people like Dual Dab who say, what were they doing when we were over here? You know, I'm not gonna lie, I thought about the shit too, but it's because I wasn't well studied in the story. Like I didn't know the full story of what happened. And like we just read, it was kind of silenced, even in our community. When you add all of this information from all these pushes to what we learned in school and what our parents taught us, it still is silenced. We still don't even know like a fragment of this. Ain't even, you can't really see the substance yet. You can't see the canvas. We getting the paint together. We don't even have the canvas. We picking the paint, y'all. And I think that was it for this part. Let me go check. Let me check the PowerPoint real quick. You know what? I can have both screens open on my screen. I don't know why I need to use technology for what it's worth. Let's do it like that. Okay, so now let's get to the next part. Slide 16. And let me close this out. Okay, that's 15, 16. So we need to go to page 204. 214. Yeah, right? Yep. 204. And I'm looking at, oh shit. Bear with me. I want to say, let me see, the termination of incongruity of slavery, Christianity, and the end of no, I'm above that. I gotta be right here. To some extent, we can compare the collusion of religious cults to the more systematic use of Christianity in slave trading efforts. From the beginning of the European encounter with the African continent, economic prospects of Africa were tied to notions of religious crusade. Prince Henry, the Navigator, who made contact with the Gold Coast in 1471, expressly hoped to divert the profits of the gold trade to Portugal, as well as convert the heathen. There was always a sense of twin objectives, y'all. Furthermore, Christianity was often used to justify slave traffic, as evidenced by statements of traders like Barbo or Barba, Barbat, it could be said anyway, who rationalized his part in the horrible business by claiming that Africans would then be able to receive the ultimate salvation. In fact, two synods of the Reformed Church in France in 1637 failed to come to the determination of the incongruity of slavery and Christianity. In the end, along with others, concluded that slavery had always been the right of nations, jus gentium, and was not condemned in the word of God. And it's not. I dare somebody to say it's not. You can talk about, oh, we don't do that no more. It don't need to be in the book. If you smoke cigarettes, if you drink, if you have weapons, if you have pornography, if you have knives, if you have chemicals, bleach, or whatever, you put these things up, don't you? Don't you keep them away? God needs to keep slavery to himself, and he needs to pop up and go, hey, slavery, guys, do it. Okay, done. And he needs to step back out and walk away and take slavery, the idea, the justification with him when he's done with it. Don't put that shit in a book. Since we're blaming God for doing it, right? We got to give credit to him, because I don't believe this shit, but we got to entertain it. God is the one who said that we can do this shit. And since it's there in the book, you're going to see people doing strange shit with it. It doesn't matter. Oh, he was talking about for them back then. It don't need to be in the book, because someone's going to use it to their benefit. We don't have God here to confirm how it's supposed to be used. The only thing we have is people who are in authority, who are using it however they want it to be used. So that excuse that, oh, that was old and that was only for certain nations who didn't follow him and the pagans or whatever, your people end up being the pagans. Your people end up being the chosen one. So you may end up slaving other people reading this shit. They want to keep all the laws, not a jot or a tittle. He didn't arrive yet. He didn't come back. All of the things did not come to pass. So what are we changing? They're going to read that and go back to the Old Testament and go, oh, we ain't supposed to change shit. We need to keep the law. And they're going to keep it. And it needs to be removed. I'm going to ask this question before I continue. And anybody who's a believer can answer it live or after, you know, if you're running it back and you see this later. And it's shit, if you're a non-believer, you can answer it. What the hell would we lose if we take slavery out the Bible? If we remove slavery from the Bible, every instance of someone talking, you can talk about it, but when God is telling you to do it and how to do it and who it can be done to and all that shit, in the end of the book, when he's talking about the people are going to go into captivity, lead in captivity and all that shit, if we take all of that out, he who doesn't want to serve me, chop his head off and bring it here to me. I know it's a parable. Take it out. What's going to happen? Is it going to make people start stealing from people? Is it going to make people start eating poison? Are people going to start jumping off of rooftops? Are people going to start unaliving each other? Are people going to start sleeping with their neighbor's wife? No, we can take it out the goddamn book. How are y'all not catching on that they leave it in there because they want to use it? We don't even have proof that God said it. And if the God did, he needed to say it his damn self. And I'm still going to disagree with it. So, failed to determine the incongruity. Finally, most of the slave forts in Ghana had chapels next to the dungeons where slaves were kept like sardines awaiting slave ships. The forts, like the ships, had chaplains, part of whose job it was to give their blessings to the cell and human beings. In a similar vein, though a lesser extent, the interests of the Yiwi and Yigba colluded with the interests of slave traders. Okay. So now we're going to the next page. Actually, we're going to the next, but I can go to the PowerPoint now. Actually, the PowerPoint should still be there, right? Yep, I think
Yeah, right here.
Y'all see it?
Yeah. This you, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, let me go ahead full screen. We passed that. Now this is the complete idiot's guide. The Crusades. Okay. Strange as it may seem, Ronald's war galleys raid. Oh, strange as it may seem. This is page 161. Strange as it may seem, Reynolds' war galleys raid all the way down the African coast to the Nubian port of Adhab, opposite Mecca. He and 300 knights disembark with the aim of marching on the holy city of Islam. Crazier than ever before, Reynold vows to destroy the tomb of Muhammad, the accursed camel driver, at Medina, and to smash the Kaaba at Mecca into tiny fragments. His small force is surprised by an Egyptian detachment. Over 200 are cut down, a few escape with Reynold, and the rest are carted to Mecca, where they are slaughtered instead of goats at the annual pilgrimage sacrifice. So this is what's going on with some of our people now. The reason why I wanted to point this out is because some of our people are Muslims at the time. So that's happening to us. And guess what? Some of our people have converted to Christianity and Judaism. And they are in the in-between, stuck in between, getting caught slipping fucking with the Christians because they were kind of cool with them. And they were getting caught slipping fucking with the Muslims because they were cool with them too. Our people was stuck in the middle of some bullshit. Can you imagine that? One person converts you and they're like, yeah, God is good and Allah is good and Elohim is good and you could be straight and just pray this way to the left, and, you know, to the side, take the oath and put some oil on your head, you know, all that, right? And we thinking we doing some holy shit. And here comes some slaughter because these people are fighting over fucking beliefs. Yes, is that fucking serious? Yes, I'm that angry. Because we're caught up in this shit today, and we were caught up in that shit back in the day. These people are coming back, marching around, bringing back Christianity. We were already Christian before that and Jew before that, right? At the point of this crusade that we're speaking of. Because there's multiple crusades. Then we become Muslim, and these motherfuckers come back warring with us. We can't win for losing. Then they bring back a new version of Christianity because the Christians we were before ain't even the same when they come back hundreds of years later, because they're trying to revive it because it died off. Part of it was because of Islam, and the other part of it, which we went through on Sutan's Live, and I think we did part of it up here, or on Sutan's YouTube Live. We either did both on the TikTok Live or one. I can't remember. I know it was Sutan's Live, but it was probably TikTok or both TikTok and YouTube. But
you're talking about when we was talking to A-Train and Dual Dab.
Nah, Dual Dab wasn't even in the picture at that point. When we were talking about the revival, this is a long time ago, but I think I brought a little bit of it back up on your YouTube Live, I think. But we were talking about how Christianity died off because they were able to debunk the shit quickly, and then when they were bringing it back online with Constantine, his mom, and people after that, they knew that before.
We did that on TikTok.
Yeah, they knew that before it had failed, and now we have to set up these places. They seen all the mistakes that was made trying to push that Christianity story and that fake history behind Judaism, because that led into, that was their New Testament, Old Testament pitch, whatever. But it wasn't working because none of these things existed. Some of these people would go and try to visit these sites like, you know what, man, I want to go to Samaria and go see, what was going on over there. I want to go to Nazareth and go see that place and just feel the presence. And you go there and people are there and they like, yo, we've been here. Like, nigga, we don't know nothing about no Jesus. He's never been here. Like, what are you talking about? We've been here. This is our chief. This is our leader. This is our king. Nobody's there. And then when you actually have archaeology that comes later, we found out that the place had another name before. It wasn't even Nazareth. It was named Nazareth after they wanted to make it Nazareth. The place Nazareth that actually had that name was a ruin, and it had been a ruin back to, I think, 800 BCE. That's how far back. So unless Jesus is that old, there was nobody there for a very long time. It's a big wide gap. So they couldn't use that area. They probably tried to use the real Nazareth. I'm not saying it's not an actual place, but they tried to use that place that was called Nazareth, and it didn't work. So they used Jaffa or Joppa. They used that place because it could be better pulled off, but it still didn't work because there were people there who were able to tell the story of that land. So that it was a lot of stuff that we got caught up in, and it's because we didn't know our history, we didn't have our culture, our language, and we were running and fighting for our lives. So we tried to convert and listen to the Muslims, we tried to listen to the Jews, we tried to listen to the Christians, and we just got our asses kicked by everybody. Everybody fucked us up. None of the gods helped us. Okay. Let me see. Do I have? Oh man, this is blocked off so bad right now. How can I move this? I might have to go to my PowerPoint and read it because it's kind of blocked off. The heart of King Louis is breaking. For the love of Christ, he must set off on another crusade. He must take some action to save the last vestige of hope in the Holy Land. He cannot allow 2 centuries of incredible suffering, sacrifice, and slaughter to end in the triumph of Islam. He can't let Islam win. He just can't let Islam win, y'all. That's why he has to do this shit. And we're caught up on both ends and in between. He gathers all his resources for one last attempt to destroy the Antichrist. They have an Antichrist already. This has happened a million times. Y'all not understanding. This is programming. It's a program. You downloaded it and it's running in your fucking head. And the Antichrist is coming and we got to do it. The whole point is for you to fight for this fake righteous thing that doesn't even exist. You're already righteous in yourself. You just think that there's something else above you that's giving you that. And if there is, these people have not proven it. So it doesn't matter. You can still say that there's some higher power without falling for all of these different poetic / realities they're trying to make. They're illusionary though. They're not actually real. The Antichrist is anybody that's opposing what their movement is. So that's why this guy was the Antichrist, to save Christianity from the clutches of Islam. You're not going to destroy Christianity. Why would you have to save it? It doesn't even make any sense. Think about it. If the Bible is the word of God and it's infallible, there's nothing you can do about it. There is no need to fight. You don't need to fight anybody. This is the beginning and the end. He wrote the whole story from Adam and Eve all the way to the angels being cast down the dragon being slayed and the woman with the pregnancy, all of that shit, and tears being wiped from your eyes and you shall cry no more and all that. And it's a new world, new earth and all of that. It's the beginning and the end written out. What are you fighting for? You're fighting because you know damn well it's not real. And if you don't get people to believe it, it will not exist. I need the minds of these people to exist, because if Islam takes over, which Islam is gaining weight on them, you're starting to see what's happening. Now people are starting to see through the eyes of the Quran. Is it real? No. They just won people's minds and our people are pushing it. So it is becoming kind of real because it's part of people's minds. So it's in our reality. But none of this shit is actually real. The angels pissing in people's ears and Allah making everything disappear and bringing it back and saying, who the fuck did that? That was me. See, proof. I'm God. I split the moon in half and all this crazy shit. It's still not real. It's just more of us believing it. And if you can't get the humans to believe it, it will die off. That's a fact. And that's what he said. He cannot allow 2 centuries of incredible suffering, sacrifice, and slaughter to end in the triumph of Islam. He gathers all his resources for one last attempt to destroy the Antichrist, to save Christianity from the clutches of Islam. Why would you need to save Christianity? It's set in stone. God said so. It's done, right? Or is it? But there's little interest in this venture. The dream of the crusade has faded. Less than 10,000 set sail from Anguis Mortis, if I'm saying that right, in the summer of 1270. This time, the king's land is inadequate. King's lands his inadequate force in Tunisia, hoping to convert its ruler to Christianity and to attack Egypt from the west. This would be the first step towards the restoration of all North Africa to Christianity, as in the days of St. Augustine. And so this is, of course, 1290. St. Augustine, I guess, is probably 300 or 400 AD. And just like I told you, that's what we were doing before. Those people in Tunisia used to follow Christ. I wouldn't even call it Christianity at that point. They were followers of Christ. It wasn't even Christianity. They were saints, followers of Christ, and it was more of an older version of Christianity, okay? And later, leading up to 1270, you have these people coming with this new version. So we got the old version of Christianity, which wasn't even called Christianity, right? But it was, you can see some of the remnants there in the 3rd and 4th century, even the 5th century. And we let that shit go. We pick up Islam, and then these guys are bringing back this new version. We're getting hit with the new sauce. And we have went over this shit a million times, and we will bring it up later. We'll go more in depth on these older versions of Christianity. I know y'all people like, man, what the fuck is he talking about? It's always just been like that. Nope. This shit has transformed plenty of times, and we just take it every fucking time. Every time they remix it, we just take it. The Pope just said the book need to be updated. By who? Who gonna update it, y'all? Who's gonna update the Bible? God? I'm just saying, is God gonna come down and update the Bible? Did the Pope get that message from God? Was the message perfect? Is it infallible? Can it be corrected? No, it can't. And it's infallible and it's perfect. And it's a message from God. But how does a man say that it needs to be updated? He's telling you something. You can't update the goddamn Bible. You're telling on yourself. If they even answer the question as to who's going to update the Bible and the answer is not God, and God's not going to come down here and do it right in front of us, then they're telling on themselves, and we would be fools to sit here and take the next version. We would be fools. I don't know how many times we're going to keep taking this shit. Keep your morals, but discard the cap. Bishop of Hippo, he hardly touches African soil when he falls sick of a flux in the stomach and dies with the word Jerusalem on his lips. That's how he died. This is some fanciful shit. He dies with his last breath. He was like, Jerusalem. Yeah. Telling his people. His retinue realizes that Louis is a saint and that his remains must be preserved. His body is boiled in water and wine until the flesh falls off the bones. His bones are placed in a casket and transported to the Abbey Church of Saint Denis. His heart, entrails, and other organs are placed in gold vessels and conveyed to the great cathedral in Montreal or Montreal in Palermo. By the turn of the 14th century, he would be canonized. So this guy, if someone continues after him, right? This guy right here, Remember what he said, the last thing on his lips. Jerusalem. Baybars continues his conquest. He takes the Templar fortress called Safida and moves on to conquer Crac des Chevaliers, an outpost that even Saladin found impregnable. He invades Anatolia and retires for a brief rest in Aleppo. He decides to poison a few of his generals who show signs of ambition. They're in a mix-up, and Baybars mistakenly drinks from one of the poison cups. He suffers severe spasms, falls to the palace floor, and dies in a fit of rage. It is now the task of the new Sultan Al-Ashraf Khalul to lay siege to Acre, and put an end to the grand follies of the Crusades. Now, Port, I don't know if you could hold on. Let me see if I blow it up. Is it going to move? Is there a way you can get the that thing off the bottom of the screen, the comment or whatever?
Yeah, no doubt. Gotcha.
So I can see. All right, bet. There we go. It is 1291, exactly 195 years after the launching of the First Crusade. Amidst great cheers and high hopes, the Sultan Al-Ashraf Khalul led a massive Mameluke army of 40,000 cavalry and 160,000 foot soldiers to Acre. The soldiers drag over 200 huge siege engines through the mud and sleet to the walls of the city. Two of these catapults, the Victorious and the Furious, are so massive that it takes 100 pairs of oxen to transport them to Cairo. From Cairo. There are now more weapons of destruction at Acre than ever before have ever been gathered at any place. There are now more weapons of destruction at Acre than have ever been gathered at one place. So that's crazy. That's how much they fighting for this shit.
Now, mind you, Mamelukes are those white enslaved Poland and a lot of European enslaved people that was under the Mameluke army. Yup.
Mm-hmm. And this actually is supposed to be last. So I'm going to come back to that. That was just an interesting thing I wanted y'all to notice. This book is Daily Lives of Civilians in Wartime Africa, from slavery days to Rwandan genocide, edited by John Laban. Okay. The war caused the largest movement of Africans from their home continent since the transatlantic slave trade, and many were again taken against their will. Those who returned home would never see the world in the same light again, yet veterans' experiences would not in the main translate into significant new political organizations or action. This can be explained in terms of the post-war direction taken by the colonial state in Africa, where the atmosphere of military occupation that had characterized the previous 2 decades gave way to one of humdrum bureaucratic administration. Forced labor and confiscation of crops, both previously common causes of violent resistance, became less frequent in many areas. Africans themselves were increasingly absorbed into the growing capitalist economy as wage-earning workers or cash-cropping peasant farmers. During what came to be called the high tide of the colonial era in the 1920s and 1930s, there would be no further unsettling changes in territories controlled by the colonial powers. African rebellions became less frequent. As consequence, protests were less violent and were aimed mostly in improving conditions for Africans within the existing system. Many more Africans converted to Christianity, and there was, for a time, a general acceptance of the colonial status quo. There was for a time. Okay. So we're going to see that all throughout history. If you've been studying this stuff so far, you know that you're going to keep running into multiple situations where you see in our ancestors' history where they just had to go along with it. They were just going along with it. Some of them resisted, and some people were like, "Oh man, okay, what do I need to do? I'm trying to eat. You blocking my water, you blocking my food. I can't get a high rank, I can't get a raise, I can't do shit, man. What fuck Jesus, praise Jesus. All right, hallelujah. Can I get my shit?" They didn't know how bad it was, though. That's the thing. Our people fucked up. We didn't know what it was going to do to us later, but they did. They knew what they were doing. So to us, we were like, all right, whatever, Jesus Christ, we'll go to church. Okay, whatever. We'll do the ceremonies. Yeah. I'll teach it to my kids. Yeah, whatever. I'll let you rename this place that, whatever. I'll erect this church. I'll erect this cross. I'll do, yes, I'll wear this type of dress and regalia and shit. Yeah, I'll do it. Fine, fuck it. I'll change the lingo. I'll add this to my mythology. And later on, we just became consumed. We were consumed by it. And now it's to the point we're sitting here arguing at our damn selves about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with us. It was just a tool that somebody used on us, and he sprinkled some sugar on it. It's still shit. It's doo-doo. I can go through so many different scriptures that we can just remove from the book, and we still can follow it. It's the unnecessary shit that gives them that doorway, and it doesn't even have to be there. That's a hell of a coincidence. All of the scriptures that we can take out without fucking up our morals and principles, we don't even need them. Ain't that some shit? Who needs them? The European, the Arab. They need it to justify their actions. We don't even need it for morals and principles, so that should be a red flag to you. It don't need to be there. Nobody's gonna go, oh man, what happened to that part of Deuteronomy? What's that part? Yo, damn, I wish that was still in the book. You know, with the slaves and all of it, get your kid to me for 8 days, Levitical laws. Remember that? Yeah. And then on the 8th day, give your child to me. Yeah, man, we need that in there, man. We need that. You slave the nations around you, bequeath them to your family to be owned forever. We need that. We would not say shit about it. Nobody even wants to talk about it. When we bring it up, they try to like shoo it to the side. It's old. We were new in a new covenant. Take it out. Leave it alone, man, because this is the shit that got us fucked up in the first place. You know, and that's just me trying to compromise, because I think we need to stop believing shit anyway. We need to believe shit that we can't prove, and that's something we're speculating. We got to the point where we just have to use a belief because we have no other choice. We have other choices with this. We have the history. We have the truth. We know that, yeah, God, nobody pops up. We done. Let's move on. We grown. Nobody's popping up. We still got shit to do, and we still can do it, whether this dude pop up or not. If something pops up to help us, cool. If it don't, who cares? Fuck, what are we doing? Other student, go ahead.
Patrice needs you to repeat the title of the book, Daily Lives of the Civilian.
Oh, hold on, let me go back.
Daily Lives of the Civilians in Wartime Africa, from Slavery Days, Rwandan Genocide. Y'all take a screenshot of that. Appreciate it, man.
Mm-hmm. Good. Do 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. The other Sudanese scholars single out the British colonial administration's policy of divide and rule during the period of Anglo-Egyptian condominium, 1898 to 1956. That's a hell of a long time. As a contributing factor to the separation and worsening of relationships between the North and the South. We were just talking about that last night. Rev was peeling wigs back with that shit, with destabilization and confusing people and setting up, just making everything extra hard for the African or the African American on purpose, not by accident. The most criticized aspect hold on. As a contributing factor to the separation and worsening of relationships between the North and the South, as well as to the underdevelopment of the South. The most criticized aspect of British rule is the Southern policy of 1930 to 1947, which permitted the South to be administered separately from the North. The intention was to keep the South from being influenced by Arab culture and religion, while at the same time allowing the British to spread Christianity in a region where most people followed traditional African religious practices. Northern Sudanese were not free to travel or live in the South without obtaining a special permit from the British authority. See what I'm saying? Y'all think we're just sitting here converting? We're not converting. And we're going all over different parts of Africa with this shit, y'all. I don't know if you noticed. And this is happening all over Africa. All over. People they're manipulating people. We're going to do this. We're going to turn them against the other people. We're going to make it hard for you to live, to eat, to get water, to travel. You can't even move how you want to move because this dude is in a way like, hey, Santa Claus, you got to believe. And we thought it was some harmless shit. But now we know how dangerous that is. So, we're a little too late, but we still got to, push back on this shit. Northern Sudanese were not free to travel or live in the South without obtaining a special permit of British authority. English rather than Arabic was taught in Southern schools, however, with pressure from the Northern nationalists in Egypt, as well as far as the post-war Labour government in Britain. In 1947, the British officials in the Sudan abandoned their Southern policy. In its stead, they merged Southern Sudan with the North by creating a unified administrative system for the whole country. It should be noted that for the widening of the gap between the North and the Northern and Southern Sudan, conveniently ignore the role of success. I can't really see that. Hold on. I'll blow it up. Can I see it? Damn. The role of successive Northern dominated post-colonial governments is also oppressing, and I cannot see the rest. I got to go to the PowerPoint, y'all. Oh, there it is. Damn. All right, there it is. Let me go back a little bit. I just have to move the mouse out the way and it goes away. British colonial policies for widening the gap between the Northern and Southern Sudan conveniently ignore the role of successive Northern dominated post-colonial governments and also oppressing and marginalizing the South. Okay, so that was the last part for that. Now let me go show y'all something interesting, and then we'll be done with this. Because we just seen this Antichrist thing, and this made me think of something, a few things in Revelation, but this was just one of them. I'm gonna show you. We can go more in depth later. This is Revelation 18. Okay, and the part that I want you to see here is, and the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise anymore, the merchandise of gold and silver and precious metals, and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all dying wood and all manner vessels of ivory and all manner vessels of most precious wood and brass and iron and marble and cinnamon and outdoors ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men, and the fruits that the soul lusted after are departed from thee, and all things which are dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all. The merchants of these things which are made rich by her shall stand afar off, the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing, and saying, Alas, alas, the great city that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. For in 1 hour so great riches is come to naught. And every shipmaster and all the company and ships and sailors, and as many as trade by sea, stood afar off and cried. Then they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What city is like unto this great city? And they cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, the great city wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour she is made desolate. What I wanted to show y'all here was this purple and scarlet. People are thinking that this is something to do with something that's going to happen in the future, and it can't be, because they're talking about these people who are ruling at the time. The Babylon has been used plenty of times because it was something in the past that it was a time where they felt like they actually had dominated. They seen their enemy fall. They rose up at a time, and they felt like God was helping them and shit like that. So they would call Rome Babylon. So they're talking about Rome right now. And they're calling Rome Babylon. And that's where people get that shit from, that, oh yeah, America's Babylon. It's really Babylon. We're speaking poetically. It's a technique in writing. They're talking to their people when they say, yo, Babylon. And they might not know that they're talking about the Romans and that they're just talking about this damn story. But the people who know the story of Babylon, they know where they spinning this shit, especially when you see the clothing. The clothing that they're wearing, purple was for the royalty. The royal people wore the purple. It was the most expensive dye that they had at the time. So the royal people there would wear the purple, and then the red was used it was the most abundant for the people. So poor people did wear it, but it was also used in abundance and seen amongst the royal people because it will be used for the military. The military, you know, they run through clothing and you need a lot of it. So they're not going to dress them all in purple. So they dress them in a whole bunch of fine red clothing. So the purple and red are directly talking about Rome. And there's other instances all through the apocalyptic works of the New Testament where you can see that they're clearly talking about some shit in the past that they hope was going to happen. That's not something that actually did happen anyway, because Rome was kicking ass for a long time after that. It was just different people in the seats. So technically you say Rome fell because a leader fell, but nothing like what they're talking about in the book. And that's one of the reasons people are still trying to look forward to something happening later, because it never happened. They were hoping that the shit happened. But yeah, and that's not something that we should be taking part of. The hope and stuff we're supposed to be trying to create. And this is my last part I wanted to say to connect it back to our people. I'm not going to make it seem like we didn't have sibyls and oracles and shamans and omens and all of that stuff, prophecies. We had that in our culture. But the difference when it's in an African setting, for the most part of African omens or prophecies or prophetic works, apocalyptic works or whatever, we were able to change it, right? So let's say I said, Port Suiton, listen, man, by the end of this year, y'all gonna have to switch your vehicles out, because you know I'm seeing that from what you're doing and where everything is going. It's like the ancestors are telling me that, you know, you're driving back and forth of long trips here and there. You better start using a rental or whatever, because at the end of the year, this is going to happen, right? They have an opportunity to change it. When we said things, it could be of something coming from a higher power, but it's a warning that this is going to happen if you don't do this. This way of thinking is dangerous. Us people just sitting here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. Now we're going on millennia. We're just staring at this shit, waiting for it to happen. We're looking for something bad to happen to us. We're looking for mass genocide of human beings, but it's okay because a God is going to do it. That's not good. That's not good. We need to go back to our old ways. Let's have a prophecy. Cool. Something bad is going to happen if we don't get our shit right. And let's just get our shit right. This has to happen. That's not cool to think. When you actually put it in full perspective, if this God is not real, this is a very dangerous thing to sit there and think is going to happen at the end, because now somebody can sit here and act this whole thing out and you're just going to think God's doing it. They can literally wipe out most of the population and you're going to think that God's doing it, and it's probably CGI or these people fucking with us. They can make it happen now. They got the technology to do it. They can literally just make this shit happen and you'll just be on your knees like, God, I told them niggas. Yeah, Mo, you go. And this dude is just killing you. And he knows you believe the book, so he just needs to dress up as something or project some shit in the air or whatever, and then wipe your ass the fuck out. And you think you're going to a better place, you're getting obliterated. This is dangerous. We need to get our act together, true, and we need to preserve our history and change the course of where things are going. Yes, we're headed to some damn punishment. We already done been through punishment, and some of it we didn't even deserve. Most of it we didn't deserve. But yeah, our community needs fixing, and there is a punishment down that road without any belief in any God, without any court system or whatever. What we do to our community will hurt us in the long run. We know that that's there. We don't need to fear it. We see it. And the ones who want change, we got to work to get that change and show people that this stuff is possible, and that we can, whether we have this belief in a higher power or not, we still can do righteous things. And we have been doing this before he pulled up with these goddamn books. We had our own sets of rules, laws that they even borrowed some of the shit from us. So this is not something that we need. And that's the end of my shit, y'all. Peace, peace. Let me see. How do I do it like this? All right, there we go.
Killing you, job ass turning you out there.
Push season, y'all.
Season, yo, full effect. Come get your push pops. The ice cream man is coming. How this motherfucker? Big push. You got some contributions today, bruh.
I can.
Yeah,
I think we went over some of this stuff already, but I can talk about it.
Yeah, it don't matter, man. I just wanted to see. I ain't want to leave nobody out. But yeah, man, this been a record push day. We usually be a lot of hours in it, but I think we got so much what do you call it? We condensed a lot of information down within a little bit of the time, which is awesome. So y'all, this is a big old potent punch, especially with the symbols of Christianity and how this was foreign to Africa. I illustrated it, Mo illustrated it. It was foreign. Now the idea of spirituality always was in Africa, but to associate that with a Jesus Christ and all of this other stuff, no. We were instructed via through the Protestant and the planter class with this shit when we got over here. So that part, and we gonna keep going over and over and over and over and over this shit again. So
yeah,
you know what I mean.
Until our boy come over here on the 13th push.
Now hold on, that he's gonna come on a 13th push or on the 13th of the month? Because I was confused.
No, he's coming on the 13th push. So we're gonna do 12, and then he's gonna pop up on 13.
I got you.
He ain't gonna show up.
He is. I'm on his side.
Yeah, like I mean, him coming back gave me optimism. I'm optimistic that he'll show. I mean, maybe he'll prove that I'm a whole Indian, and I have to, I have to like disown y'all.
I don't think that's what he's trying to prove. I think he's trying to prove that you got native in you, but you only speak.
Yeah, he backtracked.
African side. He hella
did backtrack.
Oh, he backtracked a lot then.
He backtracked. He said he's gonna show that you was a whole Indian. Now you just got some Indian.
Like I got a little bit of Indian. As far as I know, like the real talk, I don't know any. We weren't talking that shit like that. Like
you got a little mustache in you and shit.
Yeah, like the documents my pops gave me, man, before he passed away, that shit went right back to a damn plantation in South Carolina. If we want to be exact, man, we talked about that before. But if you want to come bring some shit out there, I'm down to entertain it. But I doubt if you have anything. I would have been said something though. That's my thing. I wouldn't hide who I am. I think he's like, well, Port's hiding who he is, and he's just showing African shit. He ain't telling y'all, like, nigga. If I had any, like, if I had a significant amount that was recognized, I would be, I'll claim that shit. But I mean, 0.5% on my DNA, that don't really mean a lot to me right now.
Yeah, they don't see shit like we see shit. None of us up here ever said that we don't have Native American in our family.
Yeah. I put both my grandparents with a Native American looking asses on the screen.
Yeah, I've never said that.
So
I've taken a DNA test. I will say this: like my dad, my grandmama, I'm old enough. I was blessed enough to be alive when my great grandmother was alive. She was not an Indian, not at all. So, but when I took my DNA test from 23andMe, it did connect me with some indigenous folks. One person, that was it. And it did say I have 0.5, but that's like a low amount. And then I think me and that particular cousin I got to look at it. I mean, I'll show all of that shit on the 13th. Like, I'll do that. I'll be full disclosure on it and shit. But I think it was like 5th or 6th generation or some weird shit like that. I don't know. But we're friends on TikTok and Instagram. Like, I didn't even know that shit was going to connect to whoever. But that DNA shit is real because me and my cousin took that shit. We never called each other, took the time to say, hey, I'm going to take a DNA test. But yet we connected. So genetically speaking, I'm gonna that's my source right there, my DNA source. I'm gonna show that and share that like I've been doing. And any little documents that I can got I'll share those as well. But I mean, you know, if I'm 25%, it sounds like he's trying to push me up there. 25%, 30%.
I think what he wants to do is, since you talk all this African stuff, why ain't you talking about they stuff? Because you're still part of them.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, they forget because he's late. We didn't start this.
Yeah, I don't.
No one had a problem with our Native American side. The Native Americans weren't dissing us. Right. Then they started dissing Africans and Africans. Mm-hmm. So you want us to stop talking about Pan-Africanism just to start talking about y'all you being Native. I didn't get that at all.
Yeah, that's weird. It's kind of weird to me. Like, I've always been on my like African shit. Like, I mean, had I like to be real, like if I had knowledge or if I had any documents or proof connecting me to any indigeneity, I rep the fucking shit. I rep the shit. I mean, I'm not ashamed of anything of who I am, but what I do know is that ain't so. Like my shit come from a fucking plantation on South Carolina from a fucking slave owner, straight up. And that's kind of how my grandmama, my great grandma, and all of them came about. There's a whole family of us that's connected, like on Facebook or some weird shit like that, from like our African ancestor.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So yeah, so I mean, I'm tied to Africa pretty tight. Now me and this cousin that's on Facebook don't know how we're connected like that. Like, I don't know that. Now I'll give you that, but my shit saying I'm 0.5%, that ain't enough to hold any fucking weight. Like, I don't, and I'm 90% sub-Saharan African. I'm 56% Nigerian, bruh. And then the rest, you got Cameroon, you got Congo, Ghanaian. I'm a whole West African, bruh. You know what I mean? Shout out to Nigeria.
They look at one aspect. There was genealogy.
Yeah,
other people that run the DNA, they say the DNA and genealogy goes hand in hand. Mm-hmm. So they just want to do one aspect of finding out who their family members is. And when Rob got up here, he was showing us how people who are doing their genealogy are making mistakes, because you'll get to a spot where you don't know if this person's part of your family or that other person's part of your family, because they got the same name and they might be born around at the same time. But they be like, oh, look, okay, my family grew up in Virginia, right? And then you'll see like two people who they might not, you don't know if they're your family, and they're not even from Virginia. They probably from like Wyoming, and then they'll click them into their genealogy. And then like, oh, look, it's Native American. Like, but that person's like white. So now you can claim the European aspect and the Native aspect of people who ain't even part of your genealogy. He showed that shit. That's exactly what they're doing. They think you can do some overnight genealogy, because I heard them multiple times say this, because they have Goddess TV doing this shit. She'll do that genealogy in 1 or 2 days. Like, here's how the fuck you doing that shit?
Scamming you niggas.
You just adding people in their family that ain't even from there. Oh, my family's from Mississippi. We were born and raised in Mississippi. And then they be adding people from like Texas, Chicago. Like, your family from Mississippi. Why are you adding people that ain't got nothing to do with you? Because they got the same last name. And then this is the strangest thing that I've heard. That the Native Americans, because they claim to be them, they're Native, whatever they want to be, American natives. They say that the European came over here and adopted the surnames. I've never heard of any Native Americans.
Hold on, run that back again. Say what now? What?
Their surnames, like they're saying the Native Americans, their names like Thomas,
That's an indigenous name, is what they're saying.
Donaldson, Jefferson, Washington. That's what they're claiming. That the European adopted the Native American names. When they came over here, they took their names. When these names are clearly European. Some of these names, they're from the Dutch, they're from the Portuguese, they're from Britain. Like, so why are y'all saying this?
Yeah, those are, oh my God, that's weird. So they're identifying with these early settler, I can't even, y'all know what I'm talking about, these early
settlers,
settler names, pretty much.
Yep.
I got you.
And they're saying, no, that wasn't their name when they was over there. They came over here.
Over there. You can trace the Netherlands, you can trace France. I mean, all of this shit is traceable.
Then they want to like, and this is y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Every big wig that's part of this Black indigenous movement, they always trace their ancestors back to a big wig in history. They just can't be a regular person. Y'all notice that they be like, oh, I did my genealogy, and then all of a sudden, a couple of years later, after they done made after they got a huge fucking following, all of a sudden one of these famous historical people sneaks into their genealogy. Look, I'm related to this person.
I'm related to Osceola.
Like 5 years ago.
I'm related to Osceola.
Like, what the fuck? What changed? All of a sudden you're related to a key figure that's historically recognized as actually being a person that was real. And now you're related to him, but 5 years ago you wasn't related to him, and you said you did your genealogy and you traced it all the way back to the 14 and 1500s. So how is this nigga part of you when he's in like the late 1600s? So you added another nigga in your genealogy. They're all cap. Like, look, and I'm not trying to disrespect whoever the dude was, because I woke up and I went on my TikTok. And somebody was showing something about history. I just clicked in it, and he said that over here in America, that Harvard University did a study on the pyramids, and they said that they're between 20 and 40,000 years old. And I said, 20 to 40,000 years old pyramids, and I would just put question mark. And all of a sudden, I'm big head suiting. I'm like, I don't even know y'all, bro. Just give me the study, so I can look into it. So they don't care to be right. They're just pushing it out, because you can't even ask questions no more. I thought that we can't ask questions. Y'all come over to our lives, y'all ask us questions. We try to do the best to show you, the information, but we can't even question y'all information now. So what is the point of being on TikTok if you just want to present information with no? I'm not even pushback. Hey, how'd you get this? Like, if you're saying that, where can I go to look this information up? I'm not saying you wrong. Like, that's the realm that we live in. Because we talk about information, we present the information, we talk about, and we tell people where to go get. Hey, it's in this book. Oh, it's in this article. This article is coming from such and such, and here's the website where you can get it from. You just said, okay, well, Harvard talked about this in an article. Okay, well, what's the name of the piece, bro? So you want me to go to harvard.com and just look up everything they got? No. This is sad.
Yeah, this not specific. I mean, you can tell that it's amateur night with them cats, man. That's why they never show up. And
they say they's gonna show up. They
like, 11, and we did this was the express version, because usually we bang on y'all motherfuckers for like hours on end. And I think me and Mo, we learning how to kind of condense all of this shit in there together for you guys. And that way that punch is just when we hit you, it's pow.
Yeah, we try to leave room for them to come.
Yeah, like you got plenty of time. Pushback. Like I wanted to get this out of the way so y'all can come on in and talk about whatever, and y'all still got time. But don't say that we don't come with the heat, and don't say that we're not scholarly with our approach. We're really transparent. The books are up here. The research is up here. We're heavily invested on making sure you guys get the right shit. And we hold integrity to teaching you guys what's going on. And if we don't know it, we say we don't know. This ain't an ego tripping joint. Like none of us is better than any of us. We from a round table, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no heads at the table. We're all on a round table, and we toss the ideas in the middle of it, and then we just put it up. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Meanwhile, they got civil wars going on that side. Them niggas tripping, man. So we on 11.
We knew it was gonna come to that though.
You know? So come on with it.
We all knew, like, whenever you got everybody like just in an organization or a group, and everybody wants to be the leader, you're going to have that. And you got what I call gossip girls. They click, and then it's like one person in the clique that one female might not like, and then they start like trying to talk about her to another person that she's cool with. Leave that shit off social media.
And look, they had the biggest crew. Y'all crew was so big.
Facts. They was deep.
Like y'all was deep. 20. I felt like it was like I was against 20, 30 of y'all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a big, deep crew. And for us, it's just me, Mo.
It's 7 of us.
It's 7 of us.
Yeah.
Right? Against 30 of y'all. I don't know how much it is that like from start to finish, but y'all, as far as numbers, y'all got more people than us. So y'all should be able to have a turnaround of information quicker than what we have.
They regurgitate the same shit.
Right. Y'all should be able to, you know, with that amount of people and with what y'all pushing, y'all should be coming back to 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 back.
It's like one person gets some info.
Yeah, y'all should be bringing.
Like they get some new info. Let me say that. They get some new information. Then they show like 5 of them. Then those 5 just go out and spread it.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, bro, when we was up here and you was talking about the slave trade and the ships. Mo talked about the slave trade and the ships. Then I brought that picture and all that shit because you corrected the fuck out of him. Like, nah, bro, that's from the Brook. That's the Brook ship. I was like, I don't know. And then we scroll. He was like, scroll up. I scrolled up, and that's exactly what that shit said.
Yeah.
So our information goes in with each other. It's not the same. Like I got three little slides I'm gonna show y'all, and it goes into some of the same shit that Mo was just talking about. But it's not out of the book that he was just talking about, but it's some of the same shit. I don't think they do that.
No, they don't. And that's how you know it's not consistent and there's no integrity to it. How can we not? Sometimes we don't even say nothing to each other about the shit. Right. And we just have a concept of what we're gonna talk about. Like we'll come up with a concept, and then we might talk, and then some of the lives might get us going. But other than that, we just researching and studying. I'm never on long enough where I'm on there every day. Most of the time I'm just researching. I'm reading books and stuff. And then when we link up, it's just bam, 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 bam. Like today, we didn't really discuss other than what the other day. And then I just, we wrote everything down, and like we tossed the idea in the middle, and we're still on it, man. Like, and
pretty much just added religion to the slave trade.
Yeah. And if it's the truth, all of us should be singing the same fucking tune. Exactly. Like, you know what I mean? If it's weird shit in pseudo, somebody's gonna have some different shit, and that's why y'all be arguing, because y'all information is whacked the fuck out. One person saying this, one person saying that, another one saying something totally different, and another one y'all saying all y'all lying. Yeah. So y'all need to get y'all organization a little square to clean that up. Y'all gotta clean it up.
All those that remember, before we did the first push, they were talking about they gonna come to our lives and debunk us and all types of shit. And then when we did the first presentation, they was playing the shit trying to debunk it while we giving the presentation. And then all that shit just went to the wayside when they finally came to the conclusion. They can't debunk our shit.
They don't got nothing for us. That's why y'all come up with this ridiculous shit like I'm an Indian and all.
The only thing they could do is just talk shit.
That's all they got. They don't got no facts, no information.
That should be fun for a little bit, but then it just get old. It's like, man, what are we talking about? Are you gonna respond? Push 11,
right?
Just say something about the information. Don't even say nobody's name. Just pull up the sources. and talk about them. Say debunk them. Don't even say I debunk Port or Mo or Suiton. Just read them and debunk them, and don't say nobody's name. We ain't gonna pull up to start them. We just want to see what you got to say about it.
Yeah, put this shit out.
I mean, they can say my name.
Your story can't be true. Somebody is lying. You see what I'm saying? Somebody is lying, and we out on the front with our information. We showing you. We open to discussion. Y'all hiding, blocking, and doing all this shit and picking up stuff from cult leaders. And we're not allowed to call it a cult. That's somehow disrespectful. I don't see how. That's what it is. We got cult stuff in Africa. I was just talking about that earlier. It was cult. They didn't call Christianity a cult, but they called some of our shit cult. The whole thing was a cult. Everybody had their own cult shit going on.
All them niggas are cult. But they want us to not disrespect them when they blatantly disrespect us. Y'all fucking cult. And I'm hoping that one of y'all get so pissed off that y'all join the TikTok, or y'all come, better yet, come to the YouTube. Well, I'm coming before you, shooting, and then you motherfuckers never show up. David, I'm coming for you, shooting. I'm going to get at you with that Confederate money, and y'all ain't seen your ass. Goddess TV said the same shit. Soon, I'm on your ass with the Confederate money. I started laughing. I said, don't embarrass yourself now. And she ain't respond. Everybody knows, just like I know, we're not doing this shit for fun. This ain't a gimmick. Y'all trying to erase our shit. And I keep saying this shit. Y'all coming for Pan-Africans. And we are the fathers of your whole fucking movement. Y'all went into the African-centric playbook and started taking out key plays and then just scratching, whiting out Africa. And putting in black indigenous or indigenous aboriginal, whatever the fuck y'all want to play with. And y'all think that y'all finna take our playbook and come up in the Super Bowl and win with our regurgitated playbook. Like, we ain't got the defense to set up to knock your shit out, intercept your shit, run it back, push the shit in your face, and go up 21 and zip in the first fucking quarter. What the fuck y'all talking about? It don't matter what the fuck y'all want. Y'all can handle that Darwin shit, and then we can go get the Born in Africa book and push your shit in. You can't say the transatlantic slave trades ain't happened, and I don't even have to play with no books. I can go straight to presidential letters saying, now look, it was multiple presidents that said, look, the African slaves that we're transporting over here are starting to outnumber us on this continent. Multiple presidents have wrote this shit. So you can't trust the European with the book, but y'all say the majority of the fucking presidents over here was black. So now I'm going to their fucking letters that they was writing to other motherfuckers. What do y'all want to play with? I told y'all should have shut the fuck up. Excuse me for going on so long, but still, y'all should have shut the fuck up and kept Pan-African names out of your mouth. We do this shit for fucking real. It wasn't a game. We was over there on our big boy shit, talking about religion. Port City was showing us African shit, taking trips back and forth to Egypt. Every day he was posting something new on information dealing with our people. And here you niggas come, y'all just walk out, y'all just learn how to fucking walk. Y'all still in fucking training diapers and shit. Y'all just learned how to walk, and y'all grab some shit and think that y'all can come over here and take the big dogs down. You'll never be able to take that Pan-African movement down. I don't know what the fuck y'all thought y'all was trying to do. Oh, that Pan-African shit's over with. It's dead, it's done. How is it when y'all still stealing our shit? You can't say our movement's dead and y'all stealing our shit. How is that even possible?
Shit must be good, huh?
Yeah, man.
Shit was potent.
Damn, nigga, that's Pan-African cake over there. 3-tier cake, nigga. Let me get some of that shit. Oh, it's multiple flavors. The first and second and third tier, they're different flavor shit. Is that Italian ice, nigga, at the top? Nigga, is that Fruit Loop shit, nigga? Let me get that.
Yeah. Y'all should have never ever underestimated us. They just thought that we just was gonna be taking that bullshit and not becoming Pan. That Pan really means shit to us, yo. The Pan part is just as important as
they pan the opposite society, black indigenous and shit. Look, and this is what I've been saying. They're following the teachings from Afrocentrics that veer off from Afrocentricism and started talking about esoteric shit. It don't matter which one of these black indigenous people y'all we speak to, they can't stay on the path. I just talk about, oh, well, we got older civilizations over here. Oh, we got these pyramids over here. Oh, the humans over here. They can't stick on that. They're like, no, the way we look, we ain't been created. Everything on this planet that's been created. So what the fuck y'all talking about? The way we looked in ancient time is the same way we look now. No, nigga, it's called evolution. Everything changes. It adapts to its environment. So what are y'all talking about? If you can't prove it, we were like, prove this shit. Prove that y'all always been here. And they can't do it. They just go straight to that Darwin and the out of Africa theory. That's just a theory. Nigga, we're not talking about that. Prove that you've been over here for millions of fucking years in America. Oh, well, they got the Guadalupe woman. Prove that the Guadalupe woman that skeleton remain is as ancient as it is. You just got one. You got fucking one. One. We got multiple in Africa. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. We got 300. Well, let me not say 300, but we got 100, 200 years civilizational tools that they have found over in Africa. You got bees going 3.3 million years. What the fuck do we have here in America that go past that? They don't have it. You can't say, oh, yep, we found the skeleton 25 million years. Okay, well, you got some fucking tools? You got a cave where y'all was smelling iron? Y'all say y'all had these advanced fucking weapons over here. When the European came over here, they pushed y'all fucking shit in. We was over in Africa smelting iron before the European even showed the fuck up in certain fucking locations. We was poisoning them niggas before y'all started poisoning them niggas. What the fuck are y'all talking about? We was giving them niggas diseases, and then they started giving us diseases. This is recordation. We have this shit. What do y'all got?
Nothing.
We got certain African tribes that the European didn't even want to fucking fight. They were scared to go to war with. When they came over, they just made everybody move. End up Trail of Tears, nigga, pack your shit and get the fuck out. Like, what are y'all? These niggas, they were scared. If you go back and look at the letters, these niggas were scared of the Ashanti. They were scared of the Dahomey. Them niggas didn't even want to travel. They didn't even want to step foot into Nubia.
Right. And that's the reason why I got pissed off at homie talking about like we were all docile and shit. Like, nah, man, like we resisted every fucking step of the way. I mean, our whole existence is a resistance to this bullshit. Our existence is a resistance to colonization. Just by us existing. You know, and the power of the African was way more powerful when we were, you know, closer to our African continent. You know,
the number one thing that pisses me off with them, y'all say y'all over here, okay, that's cool. The number one thing that I hate is that y'all do the same shit the European do. You try to push this fucking religion as if it's our own. No, they got the religion. We're Hebrew Israelites. Not only are we Hebrew Israelites, we're the Lumerians. Like, what the fuck? We're the Atlanteans. Stop this European shit. You ain't got no tribe, no ancient indigenous native tribe that said they was fucking Lumerians. Show me it. Oh, we got ancient Hebrew over here. Is it ancient? Y'all read an article and y'all don't study the shit. Y'all just take the shit verbatim. Oh, no, he wrote it, so that's what it is. And he's just a nigga that found it, and now he's writing about it. He ain't the nigga that's a linguist that studied the fucking language that can tell you what time period that this shit came from. Because everybody knows over time, language change. Each time period that we go to, you're going to see a development of a new type of language being introduced to the same language. So you might have, like in Hebrew, you might have long words and short words. So when they became long words, what time period did they become short words? You have adaptation of fucking letters. So like just like Greek, you go into Greek, you can see where the certain Greek letters start turning into other fucking letters. but they're still being represented like this is a G. Then the G, when we go back 300 years, it don't look like this G. So you got to show the development of the letters. Y'all don't have that shit. Y'all just look, nope, it was Hebrew over here. We found these tablets, and so that's ancient fucking Hebrew. It is fucking sad. So then when we like, show us it. Oh, just go read the article, brother. Put the article on the fucking screen. When that nigga, what's his name? David, aka Kwame, brought up that shit that they found over there underneath some fucking college. I kept asking for the article, and he kept playing the fucking YouTube video. Yo, get the article from the YouTube, you hear? So I had to literally have to screenshot shit to go look it up. Then when I looked it up, it ain't even in Harvard. It's over in that area. You got to climb up a fucking hill. And then when it comes out that they need to do more investigation, and that it's not saying that it is as old as it is, because some of that shit was property lines from regular people who were farming at the time that were separating their farm line from the neighbor's farm line. But did he go into the articles to look into the information? No, he just threw this shit on the screen. Look, this shit's old. Just like the next thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna knock out this Mississippian culture being the oldest fucking civilization known to man. So when I bring the information out on that, I guarantee his ass ain't gonna pull up.
Let's go.
Religious shit. That religious shit, it pisses me off. Like, y'all can claim to be with whatever the fuck y'all want, right? Just stop trying to convert my people into some fucking Christianity, talking about the Hebrew Israelites, and y'all still using the same white man's fucking book. Create your own fucking book. Create your own fucking religion. You ain't all we Hebrew Israelites. No, say some other shit. You ain't got to say you Lumerians or Atlanteans. Create some other shit. Y'all create your own shit every day. Y'all want to be something else. So just create that shit. Oh, we're herbal. Y'all can't say we're herbal, herbal, whatever. Just say some shit like that. And then if you're gonna teach the book, then rearrange the book to work in the better benefit of our people. You can't change the book, nigga. The book was already changed for you. You got it, and a version to keep you docile to the information that came before it. They put it in the book. Y'all just want to teach it the way it is. Okay, teach it the way it is, and I'm gonna push your shit in. Because if y'all go back, earlier this year, and between like August, I'm gonna say August of last year to like February, the beginning of February, they were showing up to our TikToks. Mm-hmm. And then we kept debunking their information. Then they slowly started backing the fuck out. Because they don't want their followers to see that they're full of fucking shit. I don't care if followers think that I'm full of shit. I'm showing y'all information so y'all can go look it up for yourselves. I'm not saying believe everything that come out of my mouth. I'm suiting. I'm the receding four-line suiting, and this is what I said. No, I don't do that shit. When people look, and it's like Patrice, whenever we go up here, right, and we give a book, she always asking for the name of the book.
Yeah.
We don't say, look, Beatrice.
Trust us.
You gotta trust us and subscribe to our Patreon, which is $2 a month.
Scamming the fuck. You're so close to it, but you just need the 9.
Yeah, let me say like that, but that's real. Mo said not yet, but not yet. Like let's say I had like if I had like 10,000 followers. Okay, I'm like, okay, 10,000 followers. I'm like $2 or $3. Like, can y'all subscribe $2 or $3? That's to help me do extra research. Y'all listen, because when y'all can ask Mo, you can ask Port, you can ask Buck, you can ask Rob. These books are expensive. Mm-hmm. I go on Amazon looking for the most damaged, cheapest book I can get. Yeah. To buy just to deal with some of this shit. It's expensive.
Still add up though.
Yeah, them books are high.
Put together, you add that shit up. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
So just to deal with them within the time that we were right before we was doing the push, pre-push. I'll start gathering information. Like, okay, I'm gonna get this book, because I thought we was gonna have a battle royal. We was gonna do a presentation, then they was gonna counter, then we were gonna counter the, and that's what I thought, but it didn't. So look, just y'all just be aware when the followers start going up to like let's say 5,000, 10,000. Y'all might see Patreon, but that's just to help us get the research, not like it ain't, because even if the views go up, that's like still we ain't what's his name what's his name voice over Pete, where he got 2-3 million fucking views and shit. That's cool. Like that's he has a substantial amount of money off YouTube. Niggas like us, we still got to go to work. We still got to take care of kids. His kids, the voice over Pete kids is grown. We got to put in the work, put in the time. You see what I'm saying? So it ain't like, but we're not scamming y'all. I don't want y'all to. We are not scamming y'all.
Not at all.
Every time we show y'all some information, we're showing you information. We're telling y'all where to go get the book. We say, hey, and y'all know, because when I'm on TikTok, I'm like, hey, even on here, I'm like, hey, when you go on Amazon, look for this book. Go get the cheap version of the book. You ain't got to get that expensive new book. Go get the cheap shit. Go to new and used, go all the way down and find the cheapest book of this so you can get it. So y'all can get that information for the low. It's like you getting a bootleg of the same shit.
Hey, totally shit, I can read it. I don't care. I'll get the cheap one.
Yeah.
Sometimes y'all got to get the PDF, because some of these books, like it was one book Mo sent me. I think it was dealing with the Confederate money. That money, they not budging. It's $33. They are not budging. Just like the pharaohs in Canaan, that motherfucker's 1,000. I don't know how Mo sent me this PDF for this book, but I got it for the homie for the low. He was like, "Yeah, man, here, man, just off love." I didn't even know they had a PDF. I was like, "Hey, man, take this." But for me to get the book, the physical copy of this book, it's $1,000. They are not budging off that shit. So when I do my presentation, well, my PowerPoint, it's probably gonna be I think 3 weeks from now. And we Exodus Revisited. And y'all gonna see. What? You can get out of my room. Gosh, these kids. Hi, pretty girl. Hold on, let me hit this present so I can go through this information.
Push to the zebra cake.
Bro, they ate them all, so I don't know why he here. Hey, zebra cake. I've been telling him to clean the bathroom for weeks, and he don't want to do it. Then you in here asking me for tea cake.
Oh, this dual dab shit gonna be fun.
Man, he ain't gonna show up.
Fun, bro. And he's just gonna sit there and tag it.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah, you locked and loaded, homie.
All right, so this is
slaves.
Yeah, the secret religion of the slaves.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about some of this before, but I'm gonna go back into it. It says, by the eve of the Civil War, Christianity had pervaded the slave community. Not all slaves were Christians, nor were all those who accepted Christianity members of a church. But the doctrines, symbols, and visions of life preached by Christianity were familiar to most. The religion of the slave was both visible and invisible, formally organized and spontaneously adopted. Regular Sunday worship in the local church was paralleled by illicit or at least informal prayer meetings on weeknights in the slave cabins. Preachers licensed by the church and hired by the master were supplemented by slave preachers licensed only by the spirit text from the Bible, which most slaves could not read. Most slaves, listen, y'all, most slaves could not read, were explicited by verses from the spiritual slave, forbidden by masters to attend church or in some cases even to pray, risked flogging, to attend secret gatherings, to worship God. They didn't even want you to believe in it.
And just for those who don't know what a flogging is, that mean they whoop you with a damn fucking a stick or whatever they can find to hit you with, kind of shit. Word up. They try to make it sound like, oh, he was a he had a good flogging. Nah, they whooped your ass is what they did. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Carry on, bro.
Actions white slave masters took to convert slaves to Christianity. And y'all see your boy right there, right? That's Big Bug Eye
Almighty. The Almighty.
He got the long hair and the beard. But this is one of the first depictions that they made, because the new version he's clean shaven and he got shorter hair, because back then they wanted to symbolize that their gods had long hair and a beard just like the Greek gods did. Okay, so we're going to go the promise of heaven. The most important aspect of Christianity for the enslaved was a promise of heaven. Hold on, I just gotta. Okay, let me keep going. That was Sharonda. Thank you. The promise of heaven, a promise made by plantation owners. This idea preached the notion that for all the suffering that is done in the physical world, your soul will be preserved and you will experience a hardship-free spiritual life. According to Slave Resistance, a Caribbean study, what this did for enslaved Black people was give them hope for the future. Converted enslaved people's beliefs in heaven allowed some to passively resist. Y'all hear me, right? It says converted enslaved people's belief in heaven allowed some to passively resist their plantation owners and focus on the afterlife. Now, y'all remember when I think it was Denmark Vesey's insurrection, right? Remember, it flooded the day before. No, it flooded the night before, and when they were going to have this slave revolt, because he had over 3,000 slaves ready to put in work, right? They saw the flood, and a lot of them gave up hope and said it was a sign from God for them not to rebel. And they went home. This is what Christianity does. With the belief, all of the beatings and lashings meant nothing, because in heaven, the enslaved person would be rewarded and the master would be punished. That's dealing with the afterlife. So it doesn't matter what you put me through here on earth. It don't matter what my punishment is, how many lashes I get, you scoring my face, you burning me with the fleur de lis, none of that. You chopping off some of my ear, some of my flesh, none of that matters. Because when I pass from this life, I'm going to be rewarded in the afterlife. So it's some more mythical shit that they want you to believe in, where it is the slave master can do whatever he wants to your person. It's in the Bible. It said, don't worry about those that can kill the body. Worry about those that can kill the soul. That's what they said Jesus said. Our African ancestors don't say shit like that. We might have a version of, hey man, you got to take care of your spiritual in your body. You know, the stuff that you put in, you know what I'm saying? It has to nourish, neutralize, replenish the body. These people, they wanted you to be subjugated and just formally accept this religion that's fucking you up in the head. The vigorous, constant plantation work assigned by owners left the enslaved people hardly any time for themselves, and that included religious activities. According to ChristianityToday.com, some plantation owners required the enslaved to work even on Sunday, in intentional move to break them away from their religious regime and softening them over time to accept whatever religion was presented to them by the plantation owners. Listen, it said whatever religion. So when they say whatever religion, just to me, that means it might have not just been Christianity. It could have been some other form of worship. Some more cult-like shit. So now we're gonna go down to where it says blocked communication. Plantation owners separated the enslaved people who spoke the same tribal language. Plantation owners separated the enslaved people who spoke the same tribal language, so they could not worship together and could be taught Christianity at the same time, according to an article titled "The Inconceivable State of African American Christianity" on ChristianityToday.com. So if there's anybody in the chat that wants the article, let me highlight the title of the article. That's the title of the article. And it's the Inconceivable State of African American Christianity on ChristianityToday.com. Matter of fact, let me take a picture of this because we might have to go to that at a later point in time. So now we're going to go to where it says separated families. Moving family members from one another break down the spirit of the enslaved as they believe wholeheartedly in worshiping together. According to Academia EDU, in a study on the role of religion in Africa with their family units broken, their African beliefs were broken. So I'm going to read that one more time. So it says, broke down the spirit of the enslaved as they believed wholeheartedly in worshiping together, according to Academia EDU, in a study on the role of religion in Africa with their family unit broken. Their African beliefs were broken too, making them more willing to accept another religion. So that's like we tell y'all, the European came in and did what? Broke up the family structure. So when you break up this family structure, so now you start like you're breaking up the belief of the togetherness. So now our hope is lost. So now people are willing to accept anything, but that's not always the case. That's just in some cases. Some people hold wholeheartedly to their spirituality, and they didn't accept this whatever religion that they were pushing. Because I don't think they were just pushing Christianity. I think they was pushing all types of fucking strange spiritual type culture. So it says making them more willing to accept another religion. So we're gonna go down to demonstration of power. When Africans were captured and brought to America by the Europeans, they often attributed the Europeans' power to the power of the Europeans' God. Therefore, it was often easy for some enslaved Africans to begin to worship the victorious Christian God in place of their own. The Europeans' God. When these African people got captured.
Yeah, I think they call that syncretism.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, when they they had their gods of their own, and they still, like Mo would always say, we noticed that new shit, but we're gonna keep our old shit tucked in. And a lot of the newer generations that was born into slavery,
but this goes into what's his name was trying to we dominated you. That's not morality. This is domination. It says it was often easy for some enslaved Africans to begin to worship the victorious Christian God in place of their own because they saw that their God was better than their God because they got dominated by these people under this religion. So dual dab is wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's why he's not going to show up to the YouTube. So we're going to go to this. Catholics' conversions. Often African practices were brought into Christianity in a new and interesting way as a way of luring the enslaved into Christianity and away from their religion. According to an article at the Mariners Museum called Captive Passage, enslaved Africans in Rome and Roman Catholic nations often converted easily because of Catholicism's ability to accommodate and absorb other beliefs. So they was basically doing the same shit the Romans was doing. That's just like when you get the book. Let me remember the title of it. African Kingdoms of the Past. Is dealing with Congo, West Central Africa by Kenny Mann. That's what they did. You can practice what you want, but we're gonna slowly start observing your shit and our shit, and eventually your shit's gonna get wiped out. Only thing that's gonna be left standing is our shit. It says enslaved Africans and Roman Catholic nations often converted easily because of the Catholicism's ability to accommodate and absorb other beliefs. So now we're going to go to what we call mixing religious practices. Symbols and objects such as crosses. Remember, I showed y'all the cross in the Congo where they had the Congo idol on it, and he was a representation of basically Jesus, but it wasn't Jesus. So this goes into what I was just talking about, the mixing of religious practices. Symbols and objects such as crosses were conflated with charms carried by Africans to ward off evil spirits. Christ was interpreted. What is that word? Interpreted. What is that word?
I can't see where you're at.
Wait, I gotta highlight it.
Interpreted, or hold on.
Whoa.
Interpreted, yeah, interpreted as a healer.
All righty.
Christ was interpreted. Yep, that's what I said.
Christ was interpreted as a healer, similar to the priest of Africa, according to PBS Slavery in the Making of America. So we're going to highlight that because somebody in the chat might want to go and actually look up the article. So I'm letting y'all can see it. Anybody want to look it up? It's PBS Slavery and the Making of America. In the New World, fusions of African spirituality and Christianity led to distinct new practices among enslaved populations, including voodoo or voodoo. In Haiti and Spanish Louisiana, although African religious influence were also important among Northern Black people, exposure to Old World religions was more intense in the South, where the density of the Black population was greater. Missionary work in West Indies. So we're going to go down. Missionaries from the Moravians, the Baptists, and the Methodists all engaged in the process of Christianization in the West Indies, according to an article by Jeffrey K. Paddock, the D might be silent, titled The Christianization. Let me highlight it for y'all. We're going to go to his article. There we go. The Christianization of slaves in the West Indies. By the middle of the 18th century, Moravian chapels and mission houses were in populated areas of many of the British-controlled islands. Missionaries argued to planters that the enslaved needed religion and that planters also would benefit from the conversion. So we got social control. Let me go down. And it says that in the Caribbean colonies of Cuba and Santo Domingo, religion was taught to enslave Africans as a means of social control, more than as a means to edify their souls, according to an article titled, damn, hold on. We got to get the article. Highlight. There we go. According to an article titled Slave Religion in Central and South America. Well, we already got that because we talked about that in a little bit when you go up. So I'm guessing that whatever this article is that's titled Slave Religion in Central and South America, I got a lot of gems in it. So we might have to do that next Saturday. Go into that because we ain't gonna do it today. Especially in the colonies' early days, while the plantations were small and the enslaved population was not huge, plantation owners used religion to teach obedience. In Cuba and Brazil, Catholic saints were often equated with gods from Africa, generating familiarity for the enslaved. And I think that is it for this. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to save that. That's a gem. And now let's deal with this right here. This is Harvard. The other one, we're going to go back to that. That is samepassage.org. If anybody want to look that up. The actions of white slave masters took to convert their slaves to Christianity. Yeah, and you see it at the top right here. It says same passage, knowledge hidden, knowledge exposed. And I don't know if this is a black website because I see you got the red, black, and green at the top, that's a badass logo. So that it might be whoever did this, they might be us. Because I don't know why else they would have red, black, and green at the top. So we're going to go right here to Harvard. This is coming from harvard.edu. And this is dealing with Christian slavery, Protestant missions, and slave conversion in the Atlantic world, 1660 to 1760. So let me see if I can blow it up a little. All righty. So it says the citation. Okay, I don't care about the citation. I just want to go to the abstract. Right here. It says Christian slavery shows how Protestant missionaries in the early modern Atlantic world developed a new version for slavery that integrated Christianity with human bondage. Quaker Angelician, I'm guessing that's how you say that word, and the Moravian missionaries arrived in the Caribbean intending to convert enslaved Africans to Christianity, but their actions formed only one part of a dialogue that engaged ideas about family, kinship, sex, and language. Enslaved people perceived these newcomers alternately as advocates, enemies, interlopers, and powerful spiritual practitioners, and they sought to utilize their presence for programmatic, political, and religious reasons. Protestant slave owners forcibly guarded their Christian rituals from non-white outsiders and rebuffed the efforts of Quakers. Okay, let me go down. I'm right here if anybody's wondering. I'm messing this word up, so y'all bear with me. The Angelician and Moravian missionaries to convert.
Angelican.
Say that one more time.
Wait, no, Anglican. It's
Anglican.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck that word up. Anglican and the Moravian missionaries to convert the enslaved population for planters. Protestantism was a sign of mastery and freedom, and most believed that slaves should not be eligible for conversion. The planters' exclusive vision of Protestantism was challenged on two fronts by missionaries who articulated a new ideology of Christian slavery and by enslaved men and women who sought baptism for themselves and their children in spite of planter intransigence. A small number of enslaved and free Africans advocated in one. Hold on, I done lost my place. There we go.
Yeah, family. This is really important what he's reading, y'all, right here. This abstract.
And one access to Protestant rights. I'm guessing I'm messing this word up too.
Protestant rights.
I'm guessing. I thought that was protest. Okay, Protestant.
It's Protestant rights. Mm-hmm.
Okay. As they did so, whiteness. I'm getting what the fuck is white?
Yeah. Remember, it sounds funny, but it's making sense. Remember, I was telling you that Christian and whiteness correlated, and that's what this is saying. It's saying that these Moravians and these Protestants had issues converting Africans into slavery, and then the higher class planter didn't even want that shit.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is saying. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
All right. So whiteness emerged as a new way to separate enslaved and free black converts from Christian masters. Enslaved and free black who joined Protestant churches also forced Europeans to reinterpret key points of scripture and reconsider their ideas about true Christian practice. As missionaries and slaves came to new agreements on interpretations, they remade Protestantism as an Atlantic institution. Missionaries argued that slave conversion would solidify planters' power, make slaves more obedient and hardworking, and make slavery into a viable Protestant institution. They also encouraged the development of a race-based justification for slavery and sought to pass legislation that confirmed the legality of enslaving black Christians. In so doing, they redefined the practice of religion. The meaning of freedom in the construction of race in the early modern Atlantic world, their arguments helped to form the foundation of the pro-slavery ideology that would emerge in late 18th and 19th century. And I think that is it for that.
Yeah. See, they had Protestant supremacy as well.
Yeah.
Supremacy.
This is sad, bro.
And
these people think that the Christianity is one of the greatest things we just practice it. It doesn't matter if we practice.
Yeah.
The people who are practicing it are using it for political gain.
Right. And look, out of this era, out of this early Protestant colonial era, you had the religious instructions. You had ministers train. That's where you get the Reverend Colcock Jones coming in there to going into plantations and teaching this shit. They had problems on how they were gonna Christianize the slave, and debates whether or not a Christian slave can be freed. So that way, so they were baptizing them, but you weren't free. You know what I'm saying? So they had different stipulations on your freedom. So yeah, this is some weird sick ass shit. It was all about control.
Right.
Yeah.
Now this is slavery and remembrance. And you can go to slaveryandremembrance.org. And at the top of this, I don't know if y'all can see it, it says Colonial Williamsburg. So I'm guessing that's where this is coming from. And this is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. It's right here. I don't know. I can't highlight it. So, but this is dealing with religion and slavery. So we're going to go down and start to reading. And it says, this is the room of Cuba, some Santeria Orchas, the Municipal Museum of Guanabacoa, Havana, Cuba. And it's white, red, yellow, and I'm guessing that's purple. So this is the stuff that the people were wearing back at the time. I know we weren't wearing that shit because we were slaves. I don't know when the hell we were wearing that, but I'm just guessing that the people that were enslaving us were wearing this type of stuff. That don't look like nothing we was wearing. All right, so let me go ahead and start reading this. Religion and slavery. Though Africans landed with few possessions, they carried their culture, skills, and spiritual worldviews into the Americas. Wherever African religion took root in the New World, Africans and their descendants changed and adopted their belief system to local circumstances and influences. Individual circumstances created variations in the way people practiced their faiths, what they believed, and what significance it held for their lives. And we're going to go down. Whoa, I went down too far. Right there. Throughout the Americas, religious beliefs emerged in distant local forms. For example, Santeria in Cuba, Oba and Mayaism in Jamaica, and Voodoo in Saint Domingo, Haiti. All in there were many others allowed Africans and their descendants a social space of their own. The continuation of the slave trade to Cuba and Brazil through the mid 19th century consolidated and strengthened African religions in both countries. The best known perhaps is Candomblé in Brazil. In both places, African deities and African religious customs survived in ways they did not elsewhere in the Americas. They also spawned secret societies, which were important social institutions among local enslaved people, and again, often fomented unrest among the enslaved. Let's go down. Though African religions were largely frowned upon by colonial authorities, they nevertheless survived and adopted, enabling enslaved practitioners to enjoy a degree of freedom in the way they conducted their social and private lives. For people whose lives were controlled by intrusive owners, it is hard to overestimate the importance of these religious practices. Millions of Africans and their New World descendants became Christians, but there were marked differences between slave societies, notably those dominated by the Catholic and Protestant churches. Catholics tended to welcome Africans and to convert them simply with little fuss. Protestant churches tended to insist on instructions and conversions before baptizing Africans into the church. In British colonies, the what's that word again?
Anglican
Church was notoriously hesitant and reluctant to convert enslaved people, largely because of the opposition and hostility of powerful planters in the colonies. So let's go down. However, the emergence of evangelical dissenting sections in the 18th century, especially Moravians, Baptists, and Methodists, saw a major transformation, notably in the English-speaking Americas. Throughout the Caribbean and the North American, slaves were drawn in ever greater numbers to dissenting churches and chapels, converted by evangelicals, parapletic preachers, sometimes by their own masters. Among these expanding armies of the Christian slaves, the Bible, but especially the message imaginary in the stories of the Old Testament, spoke to their enslaved condition and nurtured their growing demand for freedom and equality. By the early 19th century, increasing numbers of slaves demanded their freedom as Christians. This Black Christian's voice was heeded and supported by fellow Christian sympathizers in the United States. North, in the centers of political power in Europe, Christianity was eventually to prove one of the major challenges to slavery itself. And I want to show y'all this pic. This is the Negro Cemetery at Wilmington. Now, I don't know where Wilmington is. It just says Wilmington.
That's in North Carolina. That's one of the places, 1898, where they had that insurrection in Wilmington, where the motherfuckers, Wilmington used to be like majority Black area and very thriving. This was around Reconstruction era, and they had a damn direct. What they have a white constitution was written in Wilmington, and these white folks went into the Black neighborhood of Brooklyn and pretty much ran all of the Black people out of that area. The dude named Abraham Calloway. Remember I talked about Abraham Calloway, right? He was from that area of Wilmington. Just so to clue everybody in. But go ahead, bro.
Oh, and this is theirs. So they constructed this themselves, right?
Depending on what year, probably so.
Oh, well, when you go on it, it says credit image reference Ralph, as shown on www.slaveryimages.org, compiled by Jerome Handler and Michael Tuitt.
But yeah, you best believe there was a cemetery set aside for Negro people in Wilmington and every other small town city too. They just had our side and then they side to bury.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So we can be buried with them.
Right. We couldn't even, you know what I mean? They didn't even want your dead buried around them. So they had certain plots for Black folks and certain plots for white folk.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so this is the Virginia Foundation for the Humanities and the University of Virginia Library. So that's where y'all can get more information on this photo. So now where were we? The 19th itself. Okay. So we're right here. So outsiders, Europeans, and slave owners across the Americas tended to dismiss African faiths and practices as more superstitions. They overwhelmingly viewed African beliefs as adultery, adultery and heathen, that lacked the essential customary religions, including religious
idolatry. Yeah.
Idolatry and the heathen, that lacked the essential customary religions, including religious texts. The exception was Islam. Oh, how fucking convenient. That's the exception. We can't practice our spiritual shit. We can't practice our spiritual stuff because they deemed it as adultery and heathen. Our African faith practices, but we can practice Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. it was no accident that those Africans who tended to be spotted as exceptional came from the ranks of African laborers who were practicing Muslims, those who could read and or write, and those with regular habits of worship, which Christians recognize as paralleling their own religious routines. The rest, many millions, arrived as they left Africa, mere hearing. What is this word? I don't know what this word is. Mere heathens. Is that, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's heathens. They just broke it. I don't know why they just didn't start a new. They could have just put a period there and started a new sentence. In the eyes of the people who brought and sold them. Indeed, Europeans used the concept of paganism to justify their enslavement of people in the first place. In European minds, New World slavery brought the Africans within reach of Christian conversion. And it says, Muslim Africans were scattered through the slave colonies, though they arrived in especially large numbers in northeast Brazil in the early 19th century after being captured as victims of Africans' wars and enduring the Middle Passage. The individuals were to prove to be a source of great distent and trouble to their owners. But I want to go back to where what this highlighted is. It says, which Christians recognize as paralleling their own religious routines. The rest, many millions, arrived as they left Africa, mere heathens in the eyes of the people who brought and sold them. Indeed, Europeans used the concept of paganism to justify their enslavement of people in the first place. Now that takes me back to when Dul Dab said that these people were practicing paganism, so it was okay for them to be enslaved and be taught religion, or what he said, Christianity. This is like his playbook. Oh my fucking God, bro. This is wow. I gotta save this shit too. Oh, okay, I think this is my last one. Let me see. Is this the last one? No, it's not. But I can say, I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna sit on these. I'm gonna sit on those three.
That's
because
cool.
I'm gonna do them on the next one.
Oh, we got plenty of time.
I think we talked about this before. Richard Allen. Did we talk about Richard Allen before?
You know what? I felt like we have, but I mean, it's okay to bring it back whenever you want to. If you want to run it back, that's cool. I can't recall though, because we pushed a lot of shit in, man.
All right, that's good. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna down.
We can save it because we still got some cards in the deck that we haven't even laid out for these job answers. And you know, since Christianity is y'all thing, man, you can keep it. Can stretch this shit out.
Where the hell did it go?
So I don't think you mentioned it. Patrice said didn't mention it. Shout out to Taylor. We see you. Shout out to Patrice, Sharonda. Where Lily at? I usually see Lily. She gone? Everybody okay? She check out. We might check out her.
I didn't see her on the TikTok yesterday or the day before, so I don't know.
Shout out to Lily.
I don't be seeing her or Odd Realist.
Okay. I haven't seen her in a minute.
All right, let me go down. It says African American. I'm gonna read this one and then I'm gonna wrap mine up. African American Christianity, the first great awakening, led many enslaved people in the United States to convert to Christianity. Through the 18th and 19th century, distinct black churches emerged seeking what's that word? Autonomy. What is that? I don't know. I'd be having trouble with fucking words.
Autonomy.
Autonomy from white Christians. These congregations grew into dominations, and many thrived in the present day. They have served as homes to various political and religious movements, including Black nationalism and liberational theology. So we're gonna go down, and that picture is Richard Allen. The first captives, that's who it is. The first captives entered England's North American colonies through Jamestown, Virginia in 1619. For over 200 years, Africans largely from the west coast of Africa were brought to the United States through the slave trade. At first, Christianity made few inroads into the African slave population, which had its own religious traditions. Many white colonists resisted missionizing the enslaved population, fearing that converted slaves would have to be freed and treated with the respect that would be accorded to fellow Christians. That goes back to, what was that papal bill or the edict saying that you couldn't enslave Christians? I think you talked about that, Port.
Yeah. They were had an edict not to enslave Christians. Or you can, like, if you're a Christian, you can enslave within Christian, but it was just different. They had different laws and shit on who can enslave who. But most of the time, they wanted to Christianize the African enslaved person. But if they wanted to keep that Christianity amongst the people that was in the colonies.
Yeah. We can revisit all this shit. Okay, so it said the first large-scale conversions of slaves in the North America coincided with the first Great Awakening in the mid-18th century, when the colonies were swept with a religious spirit that crossed racial lines. The historic center of Black Christianity is in the Baptist and Methodist churches. During the antebellum period, when the vast majority of African Americans remained enslaved, it was Methodists and Baptist evangelicals who worked most successfully to missionize slave quarters. Many leaders within these denominations actively promoted the idea that all Christians were equal in the sight of God, a message to provide hope and sustenance to enslaved women and men. Biblical themes also spoke directly to the conditions of Black oppressions, such as the captivity of Israel, which was likened to plantation slavery in Israel's exodus from Egypt, which became a metaphor for escape to the north. Now, if y'all go back, because all these people talking about, the Exodus, Egypt's in America, they love to play that shit. Because it's still going on today. A few white Christian evangelists supported the gradual abolition of slavery and ordination of Black ministers. But within a generation, the overwhelming majority of white church leaders in the South had instead embraced religious rationales for slaveholding, styling themselves as biblical patriarchs. They claimed a moral responsibility over their slaves and argued that slavery was providing. I don't know where you're at.
Where you at? Put the mouse on it.
This shit.
Oh, providently.
Ordained to.
Providentially.
Say that one more time.
Providentially
ordained to bring Christianity to Africans. Alrighty. Autonomy was an important goal for many Black Christians, as interracial fellowship in the white-led churches was predicated upon the subordination of Black rights and interests. Though the remained few in number until the end of slavery, a century later, separated Black churches began to emerge in the 1760s. For example, the African Baptist Church of Savannah was formally organized in 1788 and by 1830 boasted over 2,000 members, free and enslaved. A former slave and licensed Methodist preacher named Richard Allen, who had formed Philadelphia's Bethel Church in 1794, founded a distinct denomination called the African Methodist Episcopal Church, AME. Now, if y'all ever get a chance to look up Richard Allen.
Facts.
So soon after, in 1821, the AME Zion denomination was founded in New York, having succeeded from a mixed-race church in which Black congregants could take communion only after all the white congregants. Am I even saying that word? What is that? Congregants?
Congregants.
Oh, there we go. The congregants had received it. Many of the independent Black Baptist congregations in association with gathered after the Civil War merged to form the National Baptist Convention in 1895. All these denominations became vital situations in the African American community, both in the rural South and with Black mass migration to industrial centers, northern cities. Let's go down. Where's my mouse at? There it is. Many Black clergy, particularly in the southern states, encouraged congregants to worship in ways that incorporated familiar African worship patterns. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah. That's what you call synchronism. So it's like, okay, if you got an African god, you need to
immerse him into the practice of
like mimicking, you're just synchronizing your spirituality with this new shit. So you're taking your old and you're trying to make the best out of it with this new shit.
Okay, so but you're not abandoning the old shit.
Yeah,
you're incorporating it in with the new shit.
Correct. Initially, these were first generation enslaved folks that still had a really part of their Africanism with them.
This is sad.
They were Yoruba, they were Akan, so they were taking some of these spiritual systems from the Igbo and the just different, and what you call it is they synchronize their spirituality with this new concept of religion that they was coming with for their survival. That was only the reason to do it, because that was the only way they survived.
Right. If they truly believed it 100%, then they wouldn't continue to do it, because they're going to go to hell, right? Right. You got to get rid of all your ancestors and all that worship and nature and all of that, because you're not allowed to do it. Divination.
So at the same time, they vilified all of our African shit, told us to get rid of it. It's heathen. You hear the words heathen and infidels and all that. They were telling us that, and then they would have religious instruction where these planters would organize these events where they'll set up the church. Remember, we didn't have churches until they allowed us to have worship on our own, because they wanted us to have an autonomy to be able to practice this shit on our own. And that's how they got us fucked in the brain, because we took the ball and ran with it ever since.
Hell, dude, bro.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Excellent work, bro.
Oh, shit. Okay, it says many Black clergy, particularly in the southern states, encourage congregants to worship in ways that incorporated familiar African worship patterns, such as enthusiastic singing, clapping, and dancing.
Damn.
So, as you can see here, what they're telling you is that there are African worship patterns, such as enthusiastic singing, clapping, and dancing. So that shit didn't start with them. We incorporated that from our African spiritual systems. For example, the ring shout, I don't know what ring shout is, a southern form of worshipful singing and rhythmic dancing in a circle is often invoked as one of the distinctive contributions of African culture to African American Christianity. Interesting.
So all
This
of that,
go ahead.
look, all that Holy Ghost shit you see us doing in these churches, all of that jumping up and down and shouting and all of that.
Yeah, that comes from Africa.
Africa, baby. That's what this shit is.
Right. This distinctive musical tradition emerged during the antebellum era and morphed into the more genteel spiritual popularized by the Fisk Jubilee singers in the late 19th century. It was later augmented by the distinctively urban gospel music of Thomas E. Dorsey and others beginning in the 20th century. Let's go down. Where's my mouse at? There it is. It don't help. It's white shit. From the perspective of many of their leaders, the Africanness of African American churches and denominations lay mainly in their distinctive social status and the special responsibility they felt to other Africans and African Americans highly literate and well versed in scripture. Northern black ministers not only fought for the abolition of slavery, but also sent mission both to the South and to Africa. Their concern was to redeem their brethren upon oppression and ignorance. Wow. In the 1910s and the 1920s, the Back to Africa movement of Marcus Garvey, United Negro Improvement Association, gave voice to a powerful and positive black nationalism. While the UNIA was largely political and economic in its orientation, its motto was one God, one aim, one destiny. Garvey emphasized the responsibility of African American Christians to build an independent African homeland. His vision of a black God in whose image black people were created would be developed decades later in the writings of a new wave of African American theology. Black nationalists and liberation theologians in the late 1960s both forcefully restated the UNIA's Afrocentric sentiment. Yes, little girl. Okay, this is where I'm at, right here. In the mid-1950s, African Americans struggled against injustice, and violence. What is this word? Coalesced.
Where you at? Coalesced.
Coalesced in the civil rights movement. Martin Luther King Jr. and other black ministers formed the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, to protest segregation. Churches played an important role in these organization efforts, and protest marches took on characteristics of a church service with prayer, songs, and sermons. Some black churches, however, declined to join the movement, viewing its tactics of civil disobedience and mass protest as ineffective. Well, I wouldn't want to be a part of that church. In 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act, but this was only one small step in an ongoing battle for racial equality in the United States. In the post-civil rights era, the status and role of African American Christianity has been widely debated among Black Christians and scholars alike. Should Black churches continue to carry forward the work of the civil rights movement and fighting for social change? Yes, they should. Or should they focus more on cultivating, what's that word again? What's that word? Congregants?
Yeah, congregants. Yep, congregants.
Congregants' personal relationship with God and spreading the Christian message through evangelism. Should Black churches work to cultivate interracial fellowship with white congregations, or should they preserve their African identity and maintain predominantly Black congregations? Yes, they should do that one. While these questions continue to be the subject of lively debates, one thing is certain: for hundreds of years, Black churches have empowered Black Christians to come together in solidarity for prayer, worship, and lamination. I don't know what lamination is, and that is it. But I want to go back up to this right here. It says, many Black clergy, particularly in the South, encourage congregants to worship in ways that incorporated familiar African worship patterns, such as enthusiastic singing, clapping, and dancing. For example, the ring shout, a Southern form of worshipful singing and rhythmic dancing in a circle, is often invoked as one of the distinctive contributions of African culture to African American Christianity. So they infused it, and somewhere along the way, that shit got lost as being African. But y'all clearly see, just like the last presentation we did, no, not the last, it was either the one before that, we touched on how the Black churches played a huge role in the Black Power movement. And somewhere they lost their fucking minds. They need to get back to this shit. That's what they need to do. Get back to it. I don't think that's going to happen, but hey, by all means. I'm glad I read that shit because it was a lot of information, and
that packed a lot, yo. It correlated with whatever that was in that book I was reading, the other joint Christian slavery, and it talked about the conversion and race within the Protestant Atlantic world. It talked about the same shit you had said in that first abstract, and everything hit. And that's where the religious instruction comes from. This shit about churches and us going there and us just assimilating into it and synchronizing our culture into this new shit that we had no choice but to deal with. So we take the best of a worse situation and we make it better. That's what we always do. But what we did was we lost our Africanness because we fully embraced everything that Christianity had to offer. That's kind of what we've been doing in the past with Islam and anything else that we subscribe to outside our indigenous belief system.
Yeah. And if you guys, I don't know if you guys was on the TikTok when we were talking to Young Rev, he said that he believes that all the characters in the book is Black and God is Black.
Black.
That's going into the UNIA with Marcus Garvey. So I can't knock him on his belief, because that's what one of the pillars. I can't say Marcus Garvey is the godfather of the Pan-African movement when we had people that came before him. He's one of the pillars. So
I'm knocking both of them, OG and the Young Blood.
Matter of fact, the star. Yeah, they ain't Black. The star that's on the Ghanaian flag is because of Marcus Garvey, I believe. Yeah. Black Star, baby. Y'all gotta come better than this, y'all. Y'all gotta wake up early. They gotta wake up early on Sunday morning to fuck with us around here. You know what I mean? Can't do that.
Y'all want to take us down? Y'all gonna have to do better than that. Look, it's key hitters. Like, we got hidden members. Look, listen. I don't know if y'all talk to Buck, but he be itching. Buck is itching to get in this shit. I'm like, nah, bro, stand down. Just do what you're doing. He is itching. Sleepy already ready. Sleepy's ready to get on the attack.
Come on over, man.
I think I got an attitude problem. Wait, just wait.
Right.
Sleepy's attitude is worse than mine.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. Y'all family. Come on in.
And we got Empress. What's our Empress J Sky? Was that her name?
Yeah.
I might be messing that up, but I'm just gonna call her Empress.
Empress Jazzy Sky.
Yeah, Empress Jazzy Sky. You're right. After she moves, she's gonna be coming to the YouTube. She's gonna be joining the lives, doing her live TikToks, dealing with religion. She know way more about religion than I do, and she says she's gonna come up to the YouTube one day and she's gonna do a presentation on a lot of the religious stuff that she knows. So her and Mo might have to dive deep into religion because they know way more about religion than I do.
Yeah, y'all can get into that shit real deep. I just touched the surface, but y'all get in there. Y'all leave no stone unturned. So yeah, we need all of that here.
Right.
But if y'all found value, go ahead and hit that like. You know what I'm saying? And Pseudo Sunny tomorrow, how y'all feel about that? Y'all doing that?
I don't care. I'm gonna be here by myself. Well, not by myself. I'm gonna be here with my my youngest son and my second oldest son because everybody else is going out of town.
All right. If I don't run it, go ahead. Feel free. If I don't run it between 1 and 3, feel free.
Oh, you know I'm gonna run that shit. I'm gonna be here by myself.
Well, y'all know you're gonna be like on all day.
As soon as they leave.
As soon as that door
if I don't do TikTok late, you know, because me and Mo, we go in late as fuck.
Y'all be up late,
right? Hey, look, this is what happens. I'll be like, bro, we ain't gonna be that late, and then somebody get their ass up there, and we just start fish frying the shit out of them.
Y'all be pulling the marathons. Y'all, I'll be like asleep and just waking up in the middle of the night, and y'all be on. I'll be like, yeah.
And that's how we used to do it, bro. Look, when I first got live access, right? When I go live, because Mo had to walk me through it because I didn't know how to do live. So he was like, yeah, just do that. He said, at first, a lot of people ain't going to be showing up. For like, I want to say for like 4 or 5 of my lives, it was just me and him talking for like 12 hours straight, dealing with religion. And then somebody take the bait. Like I don't know if you ever caught me and Mo joking. Like we started joking about the practices and the strange stuff they was doing in the Bible. And one of these people get up there to take the bait. They come up there. And then they start trying to act like they know more than us, and then we just fry their ass.
Deep fry their ass.
It never fails.
Check this out.
Oh shit! Yeah, fam.
You see the difference?
Hell yeah. Oh shit! I gotta give you my new address too.
Clear.
Damn. I gotta make sure I give you my new address, fam.
Oh yeah. Oh shit! I would have sent it to the wrong one.
Did you already?
Wait, go back to the front, because one of them don't hold them up because I don't think they got the name on the.
Did they already ship out?
That one of them don't got the name, so he put the name on the front.
No, it's just that. Look, it's kind of faded.
Yeah. Oh,
that was the whole reason. Yeah.
I see it now.
See.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, it looked clean.
Now look, I'm gonna show you.
Hey, did you already mail those out?
No, I got to send this one to the Library of Congress first.
Okay.
After I send this, they were showing me to see if I was going to accept it. So they still missed something right here. Where's it at? Let me find it.
Yes, make sure you get my address, man, because I done changed my shit.
So it says a magnifying glass over. They got to put a space right there. They messed that up.
Glass.
That wasn't even
hyphen over, right?
You see, it's not even on that one.
Yeah.
So that mistake came out of nowhere. They just messed that up. But I get free books for that, so I'm glad. It don't matter.
That's what's up, bro. Shout out to fucking.
So now look at the difference.
The Arthur out here.
If y'all seen this already, you know it's like it covers the whole page, and it's still a book. It's a book. A book is a book, but it's just
yeah.
It's not appealing as this right here. It's way more appealing.
Yeah, that does look good.
You know, and then even the back is set
up.
up.
It's not as long, is it?
He reduced it by I think 2 pages.
Yeah, that look clean.
Let me find this. Where's it at?
That's worth the wait, y'all.
Hold on. Oh, here we go. Look at this chart. The chart is fire.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. I'm waiting to get there, bro.
Everything is, all of this is the deep dive. The back, you can go do this your damn self. Wow. Just go get all of this. This is all of the stuff I'm talking about. And matter of fact, it's the stuff for the next 3 books as well, because it's going to be 4 parts. So everything is in here in the back in the bonus material. Everything is in there. It got the whole chart from everything, the concepts they borrowed, even right here.
Yeah, that's sick.
You see the dates on that?
No, I can barely see it. Let me see.
I see 26 BC, 7.
I see Heavenly Cow. The wax, what is that? The wax crawl.
1782 BC, 2040 BC.
And that's a car?
Way back.
Yeah. I see it.
But yeah, that's just to get you straight to it. That's the list of even the stuff I didn't go over. Y'all can go look it up, and you're gonna see the same stories, the same practices, the same concepts. And we talking about thousands of years before Christianity, and even 1,000 years.
So you got some of that Dennis McDonald shit in there.
No, I don't have anything from Dennis.
No, I'm saying it's like. I'm not saying you got it in
there. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Dennis
the development. Because that's the shit. That's the stuff we don't talk about. We don't talk about how it happened. That's how we fell off with slavery in Black history. We don't talk about what happened. We just be stuck with what we got, and then we forget what our people did to survive, you know, in religion and outside of religion. We start thinking that we actually was trying to be Democrats and Republicans and stuff. No, we were just using the system trying to survive.
That's
until we can get back.
Yep. Keyword survival. That's it.
Yeah, one of these days, I don't know if Sutek is still in here, but he gonna have to come up here.
Who's that?
He be with the Mozzie Warrior clan. He on TikTok. He just
shout out to
that. The what warrior?
The Mozzie Warrior clan. They be killing some shit too, man. They be pushing shit back in.
They would like Garfield and them, the Almond Ross squad. They like that.
Mozzie Warrior clan. Damn.
Yeah, they be pushing some shit in. Shout out. Matter of fact, they was on one of my lives before. Not here though. It was on TikTok. But if they're around and hearing, they're more than welcome to come in. And I think they invited us over too.
Yeah, we like the newbies on the scene.
Yeah. We gotta get our weight up a little bit, but it's all good.
Hey, the weight ain't there, but them presentations is. I'm look. I had my mother was talking to me about one of the presentations, and she was like, she shared it with a couple of people at work, and they're like, I guess they didn't know we was a group. They just thought like we was just like individuals that just spontaneously. I was like, no. I said, Mom, we do this every Saturday.
Yeah.
And my sister, she should have subscribed, and she shared it with some of the people she worked with. But she's an Egyptomaniac.
Yeah, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Everybody.
I was too. And I still am in a little bit. I mean, I love Egypt. Shit.
Bro, that's
I love
my
Africa.
favorite shit to study, bro. I'm not even gonna cap. The only reason why I left is because everybody that I was talking to about Egypt, they made it seem like the deities was actually real.
Yeah, that's what I had an issue with too. I think that's when I was having my issues with it too, because I see a lot of the brothers was like, "Yo, Osiris," like they were real, like hold on, man, like nah, you can't say that either. All this shit allegory. That's kind of how I feel.
I was like, yeah, I'm out, bro. It's like Rob will protect you in your daily life. I'm like, nigga, that's the sun.
Yeah. That's the problem that we're in still to this day. We keep putting man on these we keep humanizing allegory.
Right.
You know,
exactly.
That's the problem with us.
Yeah, bro, I was in that shit, and then Polite came. And
Yeah,
Polite was the black woman is God. I said, hold up, what the fuck is this shit? I was like, this nigga got a point. And I was like, if I'm gonna worship anything, any type of thing, it might as well be the reason why I'm here.
Yeah. And then your parents, your gods too. I forgot who I heard say that, like when they birthed you, that's the only people you can really depend on. Your mom is what nurtured the hell out of you. So I think
she still do that to this day.
That's right. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's the thing, man. I mean, as far as comedic stuff, it's African. That's why I love it so much. It's like African, and it's a lot, man. Y'all know me. I went the fuck over there. Shit, that shit's in my profile right here. So,
me and my wife, we gonna try to go next year. I think that's our next year is gonna.
Go ahead, y'all talk amongst yourselves.
I gotta set up a babysitter that's gonna watch these motherfucking kids for a week. Right. I don't want to take no kids with me. Because whenever I go on vacation, I have to do stuff around my kids. Or I can't go here because of my kids, so I don't even want to worry about that. But my daughter, she's real clingy, so I'm gonna see who. I might have to send them with my mama, because I don't want to leave them here. Because a lot of my family members say, "Watch your kids," but they won't watch your kids.
They just got them
right. Oh, your kids almost drowned in the pool. Why are my kids at the pool? Oh, I thought they could swim. Why would you think my 8 and 9-year-old could swim? They don't go to the pool. They stay in the house. Like, I don't. Where's the dose of, bro? You don't have to have an adult. You just got to have somebody that's 16. Okay, well, why would you send my son with his brother and sister to a pool? He don't pay attention to them. They be in the same room with him. So I'm like, yeah, my kids ain't going back over your house. I'll just keep them home. I don't do all that. They kids got that, like, they just allowed to do whatever. All my kids is homebodies. They ain't ripping, running the streets. They in the house. Like, don't get my kid. Like, I got one son, right, Robert, the dude the little one that be controlling the lives. He think he is street. I like, you're pampered, bro. You live a sheltered life. You stay in the house. Y'all ain't in the streets. Y'all ain't beating people up. You're not stealing none of that. Like, you're not tough. You're my son. That's it. You go to school and come home. You ain't out there with the rowdy crew banging and shit. You need to stop that. I don't get it. I didn't try to do that. None of that when I was growing up. I didn't try to be something I wasn't. We laughed at the smart kids. Y'all know how y'all had like the smart black kid in the class? We laughed at them. Not knowing we should have been trying to get the information from them in the first place. I'll never forget. It was this lady. We was in the 5th grade. Matter of fact, her name is Tia. And we stayed on the same block growing up. We went to the same school. She was the smartest person in the fucking class. And she was helping me with my spelling test. I didn't want her help. Called her all types of names. I think I got 3 out of 10. And she came over there and she was like, I can study with you, like, because we stay on the same block. Like, if you just free time, you can come over and I can teach you the spelling words. And I was like, you trying to say I'm fucking dumb? Like, I cussed her out and I pushed her. And her boyfriend was my homeboy. He's like, bro, why you push my girl? Like, we got into an altercation, but we didn't fight. We just, like, it was just me and him was pushing each other and shit. But after that, I was like, I was like, you right, bro. I shouldn't have pushed her. She was just trying to be nice and shit, and I should have took her fucking help. But back when you're young, you just if you can go back and just change shit in your life, you're like, damn man, I fucked up. I fucked up because she was smart. She was gonna teach me reading, writing, all types of shit. All I had to do was walk up the street. We stay on the same block. All I had to do was walk up the street. That's it. Nope. I wanted to stay outside and play fucking basketball.
Oh shit, you talking about back in the day?
Yeah.
Oh damn! Don't even get
in the fifth
I just
grade.
got off the phone with my mama, yo.
I was in the 5th grade, bro. We was outside playing like basketball. That's all I did. I go home, play basketball, and kick it with my friends. Instead of me going up the street, like, hey, yeah, teach me these spelling words. Hey, teach me how to read. Give me the punctuation and grammar. Nope. I'm going down the street playing basketball with my friends.
No, I think we all. I mean, I was like that. I told my mom today, like I'm on the phone with her, and she was like, "Damn, you read more books than you ever did in school." I was like, I'm just into this, I was talking to her just now. Funny, man.
Yeah. It's sad, man. There's a lot of things if we could do differently, we would have did differently.
Oh. But they ain't gonna stop us today.
No, it ain't, because I'm gonna give them that work if they ever show up.
They're
gonna get it even if they don't show up. It'd just be better if they sit there and take it straight to the face.
They ain't gonna show up, man. I doubt it. If they do, it's on some gimmick.
Y'all know, but
like patches.
I'm on that indigenous god dude's head. So whenever he think he big, bad, and bold and want to step up, I'm gonna push his shit in.
Who?
Indigenous god. I stitched one of the dude's videos. He talking about, what did he say? Some shit about I forgot what the fuck he said, but I'll tag y'all in the video. Something about his information ain't been debunked or some shit, or don't play with him or some shit. I'm like, nigga, you're not ready for me. You believe in Lumerian, the lost continent of the moon, and Atlantis. Like, he don't even understand where that shit come from. Fucking Greeks and shit. I'm a push.
Don't want it.
Bro, it's so many, look, and I'm not trying to like boast or nothing, because I think it's sad. It's people in this Black indigenous community I don't even know, and the moment I pop into their lives, they start talking. I don't even be saying nothing. They just see my name come. They're like, they go big head suiting or receding hairline. I'm like, nigga, I don't even know y'all.
They be like that. I'm telling you, they be like that. They do be the same way.
I just got used to it. I just be sitting there chilling. And, hey, what's up, Mo Facts? I'm like, who the fuck is this dude?
Yeah.
And I just leave it. Where you know me from? Where you know me from? I'm tired of asking. It's just people. And then when they started doing that fake beef shit, it got even worse. Now we got people pissed off at us and still don't know them. Like, you mad at somebody you don't even know
for no reason.
Damn, are you gonna challenge the information, or you just mad at me?
They're just mad at you. They ain't gonna challenge shit. Sutek, if you want to come up, we'll drop the link. If you want to come up real quick and say something. I thought Rob was gonna show up and Vanta, but I think Vanta was live earlier this morning.
I mean, we can stretch it out in a 2-day. Tomorrow is good too, and we gonna keep going and going like the Energizer Bunny on them.
Yeah, I got to get my shit for this Exodus situated.
I'm about to go to Africa, y'all. I got to work on this visa. There's a lot of shit we got to do to get the fuck over there. Damn.
Well, I'm waiting on Critical Thinker. I think she changed her name so much. I think she was Benevolence. She was supposed to have came over here and did talk to us about the doctor, because she came from the Dr. York compound, so she was gonna do something on that.
Yeah, y'all can come, man. Whenever it's up and the link's in, and just let us know. And as long as y'all scholastic with it, we welcome. We welcome. What you call it? Educated. Scholastic shit,
because it's different just like reading about like what happened and I had somebody that actually was there on the compound. They're like, yeah, this is what happened, and this is what happened. So just like y'all know anybody that was part of that move in Philadelphia, I would love to talk to one of them. Y'all know what? I didn't know. I did not know that Matulu passed away. I was like, why are they? Because they got Tupac Shakur's mom. They got Afeni Shakur. Then they got him with his arms around her, and they got like that. I think it said July 6th. I'm like, what? I said this man just got out of jail. What the fuck you talking? They talking about he passed. Sure enough, I think he passed. I don't know what it is when people get out of jail, they just pass away and shit. I'd rather stay in fucking jail.
And motherfuckers could be going through some shit. You never know.
Yeah, bro. I don't know what the fuck. I'm glad he got out though. He got to live his last days out in the regular fucking population with people, his friends, families, loved ones, and shit. So that's where it's at. Hell, you spend all that time in jail, then you get out. You get to spend your final couple of months and shit with your family.
Yeah.
I don't know if he got out this year or last year, but he ain't been out that long. It's just sad. I think that's what happened to Geronimo Pratt. I think Geronimo Pratt got out of jail in less than 3 years. I think he lost his life.
Yeah, man. It's a different generation moving, man. It's like we losing a lot of folks that's of that era. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we got people that's stepping up though.
Yeah, that's the key point, man. We gotta like take the ball and run with it, or take the baton and carry on and elevate to another level.
Yeah, one pass and like now you got brothers like Garfield. I think Garfield is probably one of the top teachers in the community.
Shout out to Garfield. Shout out to all of them. That's how they're putting out there.
Yeah, I like watching some of Unc shit too.
Unc be having me laughing.
If we can get Rob Bourne to just stick with the information and stop cussing people out. Hey,
I love that energy though.
Like me times 10.
What the hell you be doing?
That's right. You like
the
same shit. But no, I like that energy, man, because he be putting motherfuckers' feet to the fire, man. Like that shit. Like, nah, motherfucker, you need to hear this shit, and they just don't. They like a lot of people are intimidated by that shit. You know what I mean? A lot. You saw what he did.
They'd be like, yeah, we could do that too. Like, hold on, let me put this book down. That's how they do. Like, read you a book, beat your ass, and everything.
Word up. Yeah,
I do all that shit.
But yeah, I like that. It's like the good cop, bad cop. I think him is like the aggressor, and then you got Truth. Shout out to both of them.
Hey, that dude, Truth Story. Oh my god,
fucking Truth. I fucks with him.
I was like, how the fuck did he be freestyling shit? And I'm like, how the fuck do you know all of this?
Yeah, he gave me a couple of book recommendations and everything, man. Like, so shout out to Truth and the whole each one teach one. But yeah, Rob is like good cop, bad cop.
Right. Nah, he's just bad cop. Oh shit.
You call that nigga top cat, bottom kitten. That was the funniest shit in the world. That shit was funny. Call that nigga bottom kitten.
Yeah, you got Jabari. I like Jabari shit. I like Jabari because he strategically moves. Like, he'll let people present that information. And then he'll go through their information, and then he pops up like, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. He's pretty good at like knocking you out with your own shit.
Yo. Mm-hmm. Shaka used to be like that, then Shaka starts spinning out on the other shit.
Yeah, Shaka was sharp. And I think
Shaka still give you that work though. I can't front like if Shaka's the reason why I became an Egyptomaniac.
Yeah, Shaka be putting motherfuckers in a casket too with the info.
Yeah, straight up.
Like, yo, but that Kimmich on trial, John.
But he do the same thing that Suitin and Raw Born do.
Yeah,
He'd drift off for like 30 minutes going crazy on somebody on some personal shit.
yeah.
And then Sarnatic be like, hey, get back. Get back.
Like,
He'd be like, hold on, man. Hold on. I'm talking.
right?
hold on. He gonna get this.
Yeah.
Get back to
Gonna get this work.
Yeah, man. I look up to all them cats, man. All of them. Shout out to them. Shout out to all them cats.
Yeah.
Which camera I need to look in? This one right here. All you motherfuckers out there, he'll get all the way up on the camera.
Right?
Put the camera on me.
Yo.
So I put the camera on me. Y'all see my face? You looking?
Like,
Forget that damn basketball game where he be looking.
Like, saw you hear me? You ain't listening, nigga.
Right? I work best when I know you. I got your attention. I'm like, damn, Shaka, nigga, go in.
Yeah, like, just kill it, man. Yo, Shaka funny.
He like, yeah, I got this shit. I'm like, I know, I see, nigga. I see you got this shit. You got what the fuck is his name? Damn, I forgot his name. Hell, hold on, it hit me here in a minute.
Yeah, old Danny, the truth. Oh, Uncle Truth.
Yes, the truth.
Yeah, Danny, Bob, hands down, man, he kills this shit. Like, on some classy shit, he don't even got to get mad with you. He just be like, all right. He just break it down real calm.
You got Smash Rockwell. If y'all still in that Egypt stuff, y'all need to go subscribe to his channel. See, Smash Rockwell on YouTube. He give you that work.
Funny, yo.
Yeah.
But yeah, shit, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and close it out, man. We can go ahead and get Pseudo Sunday going tomorrow, Suit. If you want to pull the trigger on it, go for it. I know you'll be excited. And
you got a question, Port? Don't close out just yet.
Oh, Port, what happened to Islam religion? Oh yeah, we can still do that. I think we did touch base on Islam a little bit on one of them. But no, we still can go at it because we need to talk about the Islam conquest and the jihads and stuff and how that kind of ran into Africa. Yeah, we need to do a good presentation on that, and I'm down. I think at this time we're on Christianity, but we bump heads with Islam because you're gonna bump heads with it all the time, especially when you're dealing with West Africa. Ghana, Songhai Empire, Mali, part of our enslavement, and some of the Islamic empires that might have subscribed to enslavement of Africans. That was part of this shit. So it gets a little touchy, and I will touch base on that. There's a couple of books that I'll go over too, but I think I mean, are we done with the Christianity part? Or are we still sectioning off, or can we cut out?
We still got some stuff we gotta touch on.
Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and we can push.
Yeah, but we can do both. It don't matter.
Yeah, both.
It's still involved.
Yeah,
right?
we can do Christianity slash religion.
Yeah, 3 parts of what I just presented was talking about Islam.
Okay,
They were on a winning side, fighting against the Christians and shit throughout the Crusades and stuff.
Okay.
So I didn't know if that was part of the. Go ahead, Mo.
I was just saying you can't get rid of Islam. It's going to pop up somewhere.
It's going to pop up
even when we're talking about Christianity.
Yeah, because you had a war between the two, and the Byzantines and all of that, and so yeah, we need to touch base on that. I think that's relevant to the discussion of religion as a whole, because you got the two state-sponsored religions, and this is the power struggle between the two that we still have to this day. That's why you have the Western power of Christianity, like your Christian nations over here. Shit, when I went to motherfucking over there, because they've already colonized that place, it was all Islamic shit. I was like, God damn. That's why you see that scarf around my neck.
Because we were prepped. You're right. AOF.
You know what I mean?
It was prepped.
Yeah.
Islam prepped it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, Judaism, Islam, all of that was a prep. The first early versions of Christianity, it was prepped.
Right.
Went down, came back with a better mix. Looked like I got some new Kool-Aid. There's some better shit for you. Like they didn't give up. They said we got to get these people at all costs.
So yeah, we need to talk about that, especially I guess Ethiopia, that area between the Christians and Islam, because there's certain key points, like geographical points where you had wars and shit like that, and certain empires rising and falling behind these conquests and stuff, like the fall of the Nubian Empire and the rise of Aksum into Ethiopia, and how the trade routes. And so yeah, that's worth talking about. So yeah, we can do that. Hell yeah, I'm down.
Y'all make sure y'all go follow. Go ahead, Mo.
Well, I'm gonna do the presentation either way. The one I'm preparing for Dual Dab. So whether he shows up or not, I'm gonna do that presentation on what is it? Does dominance create morality? So, but I'm gonna make sure I tie it to slavery so that it'll still be on the same topic. And he agrees with religion anyway, even though he's not religious. He agrees with it as a tool. He's like a pure European in a black body. It's crazy, because that's exactly how their mindset was. They didn't really believe it, but they believed in what it was capable of doing to people if you can take over their mind. And he believes that was an okay thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he agrees, whether by force or not, this was a good thing that they did, on like some Mayweather shit. Like, he glad that he got brought over here or something. And he's straight from Africa, like recently. So that's really strange. I thought this is obviously not something that takes hundreds of years to happen to somebody. As you can see, it can hit you while you still in Africa. Ain't nobody safe.
Big time.
Right. So yeah, peace, y'all. After this is sent out, I approved it or whatever, they're gonna send me the next ones for one. The soft covers take, I think, 48 hours, and then the hardbacks, I don't know if that's a week, but either way, y'all. Out for it. All right.
Hell yeah. In the chat, Balad Al Sadad. That's right. Balad El Sadad. We're gonna get into all of that for sure.
Yeah, Dual Dad, he just don't like black people.
Who?
Dual Dad.
Dual Dad?
Dab.
The one that you snapped on last night.
Oh
yeah. Well, somebody messaged me last night when the TikTok was over, man, talking about he worked for the FBI and all types of crazy shit. I'm like, I don't care about all that. It's just we ain't really got no proof. But I guess he was on Twitter and Instagram doing this shit years ago up to black people. So entering black spaces saying crazy shit.
He just made me ill, man.
Where you get that from? Put it back in that bag.
I just was talking about his mustache and shit, but non-part. He just made me ill because the conversation that I was listening to when I came into it, it was just he was shitting on Africa. It seems like he was justifying enslavement of Africans and all that zaddy shit. It was some weird shit going on.
Yeah, bro, that man crazy.
I was like, and the dominatrix type shit. I'm like, yo, what is he talking about, Slim? So that's when I hyped up on him, man. I ain't mean to go at him like that.
Yeah,
I was just pissed off.
Y'all make sure y'all go follow the Masi Warrior Clan.
Yeah,
not Mazi, but Masi.
Say Masai. Yeah,
I say Masi.
Yeah, shout out to them brothers, man. They showed me nothing but love.
They
came through.
Go follow Garfield Reed. Go follow y'all probably already following the Sonetti and them. So
yeah. And follow Port City. And if you have not liked this, John, there's 9 of y'all in here. We need all of y'all to like this thing to keep the algorithm going so we can keep coming right back at y'all.
Yeah, y'all make sure y'all like, hit the subscribe, hit that notification.
Yeah.
Port City, African Centered Consciousness. Because you never know. One of these days, y'all might see us on TikTok. And then we go over there just giving people the sword. And then he might be like, you know what? F this. I'm opening up the stream right now. Because y'all listen. Y'all know when we start getting in our zone, when we start rapping, it's gonna be a couple of things TikTok don't allow. So he'd be like, we going straight to the YouTube to push people's shit in.
Yeah, big facts. You all are all.
He say, "Susan, open it up." I'll be like, "Okay, I'm gonna open it up then," and then we just go over there and we rock the mic. As y'all know, on my YouTube, I get real greasy. I'm not gonna be like just trying to be proper and shit. I'm calling everybody out their name.
Fuck all y'all bitch ass.
I try to water it down a little bit over here because we're trying to grow this platform. I ain't really trying to grow my shit right now, so I'm cussing all them motherfuckers out.
Yeah, make sure y'all follow Suitin, man. Don't just follow me. Follow Suitin. Shout out to Suitin, Vant, Rob, everybody that's not here. Shout out to everybody. Empress. Shout out
Lily,
to
wherever Lily is.
If y'all see her, congratulations. I heard she's working, I think, trying to focus on that. So congratulations and shout out to her. She's always in here in the comments, making sure the show is running smooth with the information that we put out. Patrice, shout out to you. Shout out to everybody that has helped us keep motivated. Thank you guys for the donations that you got. All of that stuff.
To Patrice's house one day, bro. She got a plethora of books. I'm gonna have to snatch that shit.
I know, but she's growing a library. I see her on the side.
Oh, you saw that shit, bro? I was like, hey.
I was like, damn. Patrice gonna have a whole library of books. That's what's up.
Right?
It's so wonderful, man, because we're all learning and we're all growing, and a rising tide family will lift all of our ships up. You know what I'm saying? Because we're learning and we're sharing this information. And we're really honest and not selfish in sharing it. See, that's the ego thing. If you got an ego, it's selfish. Ooh, this is mine. No, we ain't like that, man. We're gonna share the book and we're gonna put it on the screen and we all gonna enjoy learning it together. And it helps us move everything along the way it's supposed to go. So shout out to everybody that's been sticking with us. If you're catching us on a replay, make sure you watch volume 1 through 11. It sounds weird saying that because I can't believe my man Suitin and us have been pushing this long, this consecutively.
Right.
Like, damn. So that's that, that to just let y'all know that we ain't playing. I mean, we can be doing a lot on a Saturday, but we out here doing some scholastic stuff, so we stay motivated. We are the custodians of our history, so we take that shit very serious. Very serious. But yeah, go ahead and close out soon. I'm gonna wrap it up, man.
Y'all just be looking out for the TikTok later. I'll probably go live around 8:39.
Bet. If I'm up, man, I'm a holler. You know how I do. I'll be falling asleep. I got that old man shit. But I gotta stay up. Like I fall asleep like 8 or 9 and then wake up about 12 or 1 and y'all be in the middle of some like crazy deep shit. And be like 100 people in there. I'm like,
normally I'll start out like 11 and then it just start building as the night goes on.
Heck, man. But shout out to you for keeping it going, man. Because I'm definitely not exposed to TikTok as much as you are because you be pushing that shit. In the marathons y'all be running. So yeah, we got y'all over here, and then my man Suitin and Mo and everybody else that's in the syndicate got y'all on TikTok.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm trying to build 2 other TikTok accounts. I need Nasud Suitin 2.0 and my brother Kufu. I'm trying to get that brother Kufu up there so I can use the my Suitin here we go that so I can just if anybody get banned, if any of my brothers get banned and they can't get in, I can just go ahead and get them the information so they can log in on that so they can come up to the panel and shit.
That's what's up.
So I gotta try to grow that because that's what what's his name? No, put that back, son, because it's not. Well, y'all don't need to drink them because they're not froze. Young Rev, he's using one of my accounts because he ain't got enough followers. So it kind of be like that. Like if somebody get banned and they got some information they need to push out, I just let them borrow one of them so they can go ahead and get the information out.
That's what's up. And that's why I be laying low, because they be sniping my shit. They literally be wanting to take us out.
Bro, this is what it is. Because
I have to lay low for
people messaged me and told me that they're trying to just get us every time we go live, just report our shit.
Mm-hmm.
Me, you, and Mo.
Yeah. That's how sick this shit is. They don't want to rebuttal anything we got to say. They just don't want to hear us saying what we saying.
Yeah, that's why I kind of just stick to trying to do this religion stuff, because I know the last time I got banned on the suiting, I was basically talking about naturalistic Yahweh's information, and I got banned. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna stick to this religion because that's what it is. They're coming for us. Y'all can't handle our shit. We wake up and we piss excellent in the morning. Y'all can't hang with our shit. So y'all just start reporting. That's fake shit. You're supposed to deal with the information, not report our TikTok lies, because you can't handle the information. Push back, baby. Yeah. We going information for information. It's like battle rap. Yeah. That's what this is. These presentations been battle rap, and we done won every round. Yeah, we done run the pre-push, the post-push, the presentations. Y'all ain't pushed back. Y'all ain't pushed back so we can see it. Our shit's on public platforms. We tell y'all to pull up. Y'all don't tell us to pull up. Y'all don't send us no requests for none of that shit. So if y'all battling us in secret, that don't mean you winning shit, because you ain't let us know that you battling.
Yeah, y'all some hoes for that mass reporting our shit. Like, the least y'all can do is just come over here and rebut, but because we don't do that. Like, that's unclassy behavior for us to do that. It's unsportsmanlike activity. It's like, nah, just come in the ring. I ain't gonna cheat on you and try to, that's just stupid ass tactics that you try to get your whole shit taken off. Like, I don't even like what the fuck y'all saying. I'm not trying to get rid of y'all shit like that, though.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? I hate everything that y'all got to say about all the shit that y'all say, but I'll never I wouldn't do that. Or try to form some little secret shit to try to, you know what I mean? So what I do, I just get off there. I might do like a little drive-by here and there. I got 2 accounts, and usually I switch up between them 2. Yeah. But I'm over here.
You see the comment? He said, Papa Patch went live and was talking a lot of smack about your live after you closed. Look, listen. I don't have a personal problem with Patch, but if Patch wants to smoke, all he got to do is pull up. Yeah. That's it. Whatever he wants to discuss. Only thing I'm not discussing if his family is actually Indians, because I don't care about that.
Yeah, go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
My thing is, you trying to make every black person in America an Indian. Like, the transatlantic slave trade ain't happened. That's what my thing is with them. So he can say whatever he wants. Remember, when we did the first presentation, he was playing the presentation on his own TikTok live, talking about they gonna debunk us. So where's the debunk at? He never debunked anything. Like, I'm just saying, if you're gonna play our presentation when we live doing it, and y'all trying to debunk it, then start debunking it. Make it so we can see it. Don't debunk me in the shadows. Who does that? I'm gonna debunk soon, but I'm gonna do it in private, so only our people can see it. Who does that? No, you want to push my shit in. You want to take my face and smush it in the cake, so everybody can see it. You don't want to just, oh, look, y'all, don't tell nobody, but I debunk Suitin. Who you did? What is that? That's not, so only you see yourself debunking me. So you're just gonna die. The information's gonna die. What you know? Bring that shit on public platform. If Papa Patch wants to smoke, all he got to do is go live, send it, call my name, say my name. That's all he got to do, say my name. We're shooting that. Come get this smoke. Y'all send him to live. I'm going to show up. I'm like, hey, what's up, man? What you talking about?
Well, we're supposed to have an indigenous reveal party, because I'm supposed to be a whole Indian. Like, I don't know.
He said he got some secret shit from Mo, too. He's supposed to be bringing out. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's me doing scandalous ass shit.
It's kind of weird, man. Like, I don't have shit to hide, really. You know what I mean? But
I don't think none of us got shit to hide.
You know,
Mo ain't got shit to hide. Everything that Mo basically want people to know, we know.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
I ain't got nothing. Everybody know about me. So it ain't really. There's nothing really to fucking hide.
It is what it is. But
my thing is, they get upset. Y'all start talking about my heart. I was born fucked up. I was 3 months premature. So I was born with a hole in my heart.
Yeah, that ain't nothing to play with, man. My son had open heart surgery, so hell yeah. And
Yeah, I had that shit too. I think I
Yeah.
was less than 2 months old when I had my open heart surgery.
Yeah, my son had that shit when he was like 2. Yeah, so that shit ain't no joke. But yeah, they be tripping, man. They ain't coming. This is all smoke and mirrors. I don't give a fuck what they say on some old personal shit. That everybody want to fly low.
Look, we got the live is recorded. Matter of fact, I'm gonna see if I can download the live.
I don't give a fuck.
Because he said he came and pushed my shit in. So if I can download the live, just like the other night, it won't let me download the live. I don't know what happened today. I always do that. Like the TikTok, for some reason, when I end my live, I go in there and say there was a problem with TikTok, so it can record the live. So I don't know if that's because people are reporting it or what. But
yeah,
if I
look up like that,
if I look and it says that it's downloadable, I'm gonna download and put it on YouTube. Show me where Papa Patch debunked me. Where did he push my shit in? He got up there and was talking to Port and Mo about Port's genealogy and that he got some secret information, some G14 classified shit on Mo. He really wasn't addressing me. I wasn't the nigga calling him Papa Roach.
Yeah. It was just on some personal weird shit that he is yet to prove, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Papa Patch. If he got a problem with me since yesterday, then he needs to come on and say something.
I don't know where the energy coming from because
send that to my TikTok, Val B.
Yeah. I don't know where energy, like he disappeared for like a couple of months, it felt like, and then all of a sudden he just pops back the fuck up. Pop.
He go live at night.
Okay.
Like at 11, between 11 and 1. He'll go live.
Late night live. I got you. But yeah, I mean, I guess he got something for me. He allegedly knows my aunt and gonna expose me and all of this dumb shit. We'll see. And that's besides the fact. Come on here and talk about these facts of the matter. Like, that's the weirdest shit. But anyway, it's entertainment, so we'll figure it out. It'll be the lineup. We'll line it up. I ain't worried about it. We ain't even worried about it. We're on volume 11.
You can send just damn, I don't know how you could do that. You can send it to your Google Drive and then just send it here. Let me put my email in the
But yeah, man.
Hold on. Let me put my email in there.
We don't got no Indians in our family though. I never was told that. My dad, before he passed away last year, was fortunate enough to give me information. Ain't had nothing to do with no Indians in it at all. That's the weirdest shit, yo. So yeah, I'm excited to hear what he got to say.
That's my email, Val B. Send it to your Google Drive, and then after you send it to your Google Drive, you can send an email.
Yeah, what they say, Pat? We was talking about me too. Yeah, he always talking all that African stuff. He left all this.
When he was up there, he was civil. Like,
oh no, like I give him. Yeah, he was cool, but I guess on his live, he I don't know. I guess he got.
I don't know. I went to sleep after that. I don't know what he said. I saw he went live and he was just like walking around in his house or something. But then I just went to sleep.
He don't like nobody talk about Africa. That's the thing, man. He feel like the indigenous family is left out of the conversation. And we always on this Pan-African shit, and I'm turning my back on my indigenous people or some weird shit like that. I don't get it. Corey said the reason he came on that live is to target you because you are an Indian. He said he talked to your people. What? See, that's the shit I'm talking about. I know my damn people ain't say nothing about no damn Indians because
even if let's say that did happen,
let's just see if it happened.
Let's say he talked to somebody in your family and they say, yeah, we got Indians in our family. That don't make you 100% full-blooded Indian. Like this is what they want, because I said it, they want Port City to stop talking about African shit and start talking about native shit like he's not African.
Yeah. They want me to lose my African mind, and I won't do it.
Who does that shit?
I can't do it.
Like none of us. Look, y'all hear us say this. Yeah, we got natives in our family. We acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But our culture is African.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about the native people in my family doing whatever they do. So I'm not going to act like I'm them. I'm not going to pretend to know their information and start dressing like them, acting like them, because I'm predominantly African. I wake up, do African shit. I talk AAVE. I do African rituals. So what they talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in the Black African American community. I didn't grow up in the Native community, so I don't know this stuff that they do. I wasn't introduced to that. So you want us to just drop our African shit and start learning up on y'all shit to start pushing? Well, I'm not pushing the erasure shit. Even if we were talking Native American stuff, we're gonna be like we're Afro-Indigenous. We're not gonna say we're just indigenous. So you want us to lose the Africanness flavor? I'm not losing the flavor of my people just to be part of y'all code. Why you got to talk about African stuff and you got Indian in your family? Okay, yeah, that's cool, but he don't know nothing about that. He know about his African side because that's what his parents and his grandma and grandpa taught him. Other shit is irrelevant. If my grandma and grandpa ain't teach me and my parents ain't teach me, it's irrelevant. I'm not finna go study up on it and start speaking it because I don't know it. So it's gonna be the information is gonna be flawed. Weird. You stick to what you know and you learn, and after you learn that information and you deep rooted in the information, all the research, then you can slowly start coming out talking about it. This stuff, like the stuff that y'all be seeing me do, like Port and Mo, they invested in the information. A lot of the stuff y'all see me with, I'm getting it from online, and I'm reading it. I'm like, hey, well, let's go through. Damn, this is good. Well, y'all, let's look into this. They invested. They got PowerPoints and shit. Mo and Port got way more books than what I fucking got. I got a little bit of books. They got a plethora of books. Look, when it comes to Islam, Port goes straight there. Yeah, and here in this book, you're talking about this, and this. You don't see that. You don't see a lot of people coming with that. Nah, he ain't show up, bro. Ain't nobody show up. They never do. And I guess the dude that we had on the panel last night, when I ended my live, he started this live and was talking trash about us. Like, bro, you was up there being respectful as fuck.
Yeah.
So when I start my live, we gonna see if you show up.
I mean, they can talk all the shit they want. I mean, it ain't.
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing for him to say. I didn't disrespect him. You didn't disrespect him. That was Ariana and Mo that called him Papa Roach. Right?
Yeah, that's facts. Yeah.
You told him you don't have
I don't have
no Indian.
Yeah, that's his beef. He's claiming that I'm hiding my Indian part of, I don't know what, it's some weird shit, but like I don't understand where he's coming from.
Right.
But we'll see. Yeah,
y'all look out for the
we'll see if he comes.
Between 8:30 and 9, I will be TikTok live. And if they snipe my TikTok on the Suitin, go to Suitin, here we go. I think that, let me see that. Let me make sure that's the name, because TikTok, they be switching up your shit.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see what the name on TikTok is. Yep, it's gonna be Suitin, here we go. And if they snipe me on that, then I'm probably gonna go to Brother Kufu.
Yeah, that'll be on volume 13.
Yeah, I'm being on Big Suitin until tomorrow.
That'll be on volume 13 for Papa Poach. Damn, I'm about to mess his name up too. My bad. I ain't trying to do that on purpose, but no, he's supposed to be up here, and it's supposed to be an indigenous reveal party where he's exposing my Indianness via my aunt that apparently he knows, and he has something on me that I've been hiding from y'all. Apparently, that's what the suspense is. So yeah, on the volume 13 event, family, and I doubt if he'll show. We'll see. Yeah, he said he was real serious. He got off, and I guess he's got this thing about me. I don't. Everybody got some type of shit with me, man. Like it's the weirdest shit, yo. I be chilling, but like they be hating that shit. And guess what? I'm about to go to Africa again, so they're gonna be really hating when I go to Ghana and when I be putting this information out, because I'm gonna try to go to them cocoa farms if I can and get some information about all types of shit. Yeah. And then party at the same time too. Shit.
I'm about to step down. I'm gonna give me something to eat.
Go ahead, fam.
I'm gonna watch a little bit of some Hulu, and then I'm gonna get ready to do my I don't have a talking point on the TikTok, so it's gonna be the same shit on the screen. So I'll see y'all later. I'm about to be in the comment section.
Yeah. I'm a people person. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrice. I love my people. And I'm going back to Ghana. And I'm not back. I hadn't been in the first place, but I'm going back to Africa. And I'm all about my African people. So that's something you can't take away from me. I didn't forget who I am. I didn't forget what the ancestors instilled in us and stuff like that. And I'm going back to Ghana. I'm trying to arrange the trip right now. I got to work on a visa. I got my passport, and before I get my tickets, I got to make sure I got my visa straight. So I got to work with the embassy to get that in order. I'll get my visa back, and then I should be able to purchase tickets, which is between now and Christmas, them fuckers are going to go up. So I suggest anybody that's trying to go, y'all need to go ahead and get them tickets right now. If anybody's curious about going over there, you need a visa, I believe, from the time that you're going to be there. You can get that from the embassy, the Ghana embassy that's in Washington, D.C., and I believe they had one in New York. And you also need a passport. And then I know some of us are on the fence about vaccinations, but in order to get over there, you definitely need to have a COVID vaccination or a past test upon arrival prior to going and all of that mess. If you got vaccinations, you should be okay. Like if you've already been vaccinated, you should be okay. And then what else? A yellow fever shot as well. So yeah, you need both over there when you come back, kind of organize. Yeah, I want to go there, map it out, and then maybe organize some trips back over there. I hope to see the Castle Elmina. Everything that we read about, I'm gonna try to go and make those connections and stuff, and hopefully share those events with you guys. And if everything's successful on my trip, organize in the future where we can go over there all the time. We can go over there in December, maybe a couple of times a year. Ghana, you got Nigeria, and all of that good stuff. So hopefully I can get over there safe. The dates that I'm going it's going to be Christmas and New Year's. That's the plan. But like I said, I'm doing this step by step. I got to get my visa in order, and then that's when I can pull the trigger on the tickets, and then look for places to stay. I'm gonna make sure I get all of this stuff, all of the information I can, so that you guys who are interested in going, or we plan a trip together. Like in the future, I see us going over there as a group and taking our books with us as a group and seeing all of these things that we've read about over here as a group, and to return back into the door return. And that's the biggest reconnection with your ancestors that you can give yourself, in my opinion, as of African descent, to go back through the door of return to make that connection. Our people was taken away, unfortunately, and a lot of them lost their Africanness and never came back. Us as descendants, knowing our future, being able to identify with our Africanness, going back through that fucking door means everything. So I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm gonna be crying, I'm gonna be boohooing, it's gonna be some emotional stuff going through all of that, because of what our ancestors went through, because of all of the stuff that we've been reading about, all of the stuff that we've been talking about on the presentations and stuff like that. So I need to get that out of the way first. I'm gonna go over there. I'm like, yo, take me to the castle so I can get this out of the way, because I'm gonna be an emotional wreck. I already know. because I know, you know, we got a connection with our ancestors, and it's really powerful energy for when you go over there. I've heard all types of stories when you're around and stuff. So that's the first thing I'm gonna do when I get over there, and get the crying and get the boo-hooing, and then get that out of my system. And then after that, hopefully I can check out some agriculture over there in Ghana. I hope to see maybe a cocoa farm, stuff like that. Go to the local markets, maybe taste some of the local cuisine if my stomach can tolerate it, and just kind of ingrain myself with the Ghanaian culture, and just kind of move around and see what that place has to offer, so that I can bring all of this information back to you guys. So yeah, that's the plan. And hopefully if everything works out, I'll be doing that. So I'm gonna try to get the visa first. So I'll be letting y'all know step by step by step. Anybody who want to go, want to know when port's gonna be in Africa, it's gonna be around Christmas time. Unfortunately, this will be the first time in a long time that I left the country during Christmas. Usually I take my trips after Christmas, but I want to give myself 2 weeks over there. So I got to just do it this way. It'll be probably the 22nd through the 1st. I'm going to be over there in Ghana. So hopefully if everything goes right, but I will let you guys know. Follow me so y'all can catch up. I'll be making some of these announcements as soon as I get my visa. I can probably feel free to talk a little bit more about it. Follow Suitin on YouTube and on TikTok. Follow Mo Facts. If you guys haven't purchased his book, go ahead and get it. The brother's been working really hard to try to get this literature out to everybody. And when y'all see that new book, y'all gonna love it. It's definitely easier on the eyes. I can look at it and tell that's gonna be really good cover to cover when you guys get that in your possession. And if you have not checked out the portcityvibes.com, that's the store. All of the African necklaces that y'all see me rocking, I can put them in a bag and get them to you. Go ahead and stop in there and get you something nice. Definitely appreciate it. And everybody that has supported with any type of Cash App, we really appreciate it. This helps us buy the books and get everything to out to you guys. So we really appreciate it. Thank you guys for all y'all support. I'm not gonna stay on this joint no longer. We put in 5 hours of work. It feel like we've been on this joint for 10 hours, yo. We've been kind of cutting back with our marathon timing and stuff. We've been trying to pack in most of the information together where it's just real dense. You know, it's just that thick concentrated. Y'all need it concentrated and stuff. So we'll go ahead and catch us on the replay. If you guys have not liked the video, go ahead and like it. If you guys are new to this, to seeing us, and if you like what we've talked about, and if we've created any value for you guys, if you learned something new within these 11 weeks, go ahead and hit the like button. If you learned something new within these 11 weeks, we appreciate everything. We'll definitely appreciate you guys elevating your consciousness with us and stuff like that. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to Patrice. Shout out to you, Young 316. Shout out to everybody. Val B, Sharonda. That's right. I catch flights, not feelings. Yo, we all gonna be excited. I'm gonna share all of this stuff to you. Hopefully my phone work when I get over that, John. I'm kind of nervous, man. Like, because when you go to another country, like all your shit work when you over here in the States. You know what I mean? But like when you leave and you go into another like country, your shit just shut the fuck down. And like if you in a foreign country, people just talk. They, you know, ain't nobody speaking in English and shit. You be like, yo, I need to hear that English and shit. So that's why it's cool to learn some of the language and stuff of the areas that you're going to. Like Kenya, hopefully I can get to go to Kenya. I was gonna go to Kenya so I can practice my Nina Faraha Kukutana no way. That's my favorite shit. That's nice to meet you in Kiswahili. But yeah, so I got to learn some of this Ghanaian language too. So yeah, I'm all about that stuff, yo. So if anybody know any words, any Ghanaian sisters or brothers that want to go ahead and talk to me about Ghana, and if y'all are listening, if anybody that's from Ghana, that lives over there, come holler at me because I'm coming over that joint. And you know, y'all can help me out and help me transition my holiday when I come over there. But I've been talking too long. I'm gonna get off this joint. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I hope you guys have a good, safe rest of the weekend. Catch us tomorrow on the Pseudo Sunday joint. Either me or my man's Suitin's gonna be running that joint. So y'all stay tuned. We're gonna be coming right back at y'all with this African history, culture, and greatness later on. I'm gonna leave out with my intro song. Stay tuned. We didn't accomplish 11 weeks of straight pushing. This is the push season. It's push marathon. May the push marathon continues. I love all of y'all. Y'all stay blessed.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.